Hey, Gillig.
Yep.
Can I share my my screen real quick, just to confirm my PowerPoint?
Sure. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Can you see that?
Yep. Looks good.
All right. All right. You see an aerial view?
Aerial view. Yep.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Sure.
David?
Hi, Sue.
Can you hear me, honey?
I can hear you.
Okay.
You want to test your video?
No, I can see myself when it comes on.
Okay. Yeah. I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll just say hello. I'll turn on my video to say hello to you. Hi.
Hello there.
Hi, Sue.
I'm going to try to do a screen share of a.
Okay, let me stop. There you go.
Okay, thanks. Just want to see if it works with a tab. Okay. Does that, oh, it's over here. Does that work? Can everyone see that full screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Awesome. That's all I needed to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Should I try as well?
Yes, please, Gertie.
Is that good?
Looks good.
Cool. And then,
That's good. Can you make it full screen?
yes.
Perfect. There you go. We got it. Okay, you're set. Hi, Stacy.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you also. You're good.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, David, are you there?
I am.
You can hear me?
I can hear you. I can see you. You're good to go.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, now try.
David,
Hi, John.
how are you?
I'm good. I can hear you and I can see you. So you're all good to go.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair, it's 6:30, so if I can get all the commissioners and staff online on video, everyone else can mute yourself and put your cameras off until you're called upon. So we just have the commissioners online right now.
Thank you. So are we ready to go, David?
Yes, we are ready to go.
Okay, then I will call the meeting to order. Staff has asked me to read a statement at the beginning of the meeting, similar to what our city council says at the beginning of their meeting. So bear with me here. A few paragraphs to share with everybody. In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this Planning Commission meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website. It is also provided on a wide array of streaming platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel and at youtube.com/WehoTV, and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff WehoTV staff will monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Commission Secretary and the Planning Commission should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the Planning Commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you're experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833, meeting ID 980-6185-7784, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. With that, the first item on our agenda after calling to order is the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Hoopengarner, would you lead us in that tonight? And I would ask everyone else to please mute their lines and follow along if you're willing to do that.
Sure. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Sorry, that meant a lot today.
Thank you. David, will you please call the roll?
Good evening. Commissioner Jones,
Here.
Commissioner Hoopengarner,
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Here.
Commissioner Buckner,
Here,
Commissioner Elchel,
Here.
Vice Chair Erickson,
Here.
Chair Bass,
Here.
and we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Item number 4 on our agenda is approval of the agenda. I'm going to suggest, because we have a recusal, to move item 10A to after item 10C. Are there any other changes?
Moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. David, would you please call the roll on the agenda?
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoopengarner,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner,
yes,
Commissioner Elchel,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Erickson,
Yes.
Chair Bass,
Yes.
and the agenda is approved as amended.
Thank you very much. Item number 5 is approval of the minutes, and we continued that item with the approval of the agenda. So we will move on to item number 6, public comment. And do we have any public speakers who would like to speak now?
Chair, I do have a couple. I think they may be wanting to speak on an actual different item, but I'm going to call them anyway. And if this is the proper time for them, that's great. Dina or Dinah, if you're with us, if you want to come on, you have 3 minutes to speak about anything that's not on the current agenda. And then I'm also showing Adam Knoll. If Adam Knoll is here, you've requested to speak under public comment. This is their time to speak on anything that's not on the agenda.
Chair, if I may I don't think I'm wrong. It doesn't matter if the item's on the agenda or not. If they want to speak under public comment, they can, correct, Lauren? Because so if they want to speak on something, they can say whatever they want right now, essentially. And I just want to make sure that that's clear, because I know there are a lot of public commenters for another item, but they can say whatever they want now.
Yeah, I think Secretary Gillig was just trying to make clear that this is not the hearing on the POM project. So if they're lining up to speak on the POM project, that will be later in the night. I think that was the distinction.
Yes,
that's why we love David. And that's why we love David.
Okay. Chair, at this time, I'm not showing any for this public comment period.
Okay, thank you very much. If somebody is hoping to speak about something that's not on our agenda tonight, there is another opportunity at the end of the meeting tonight that we'll open this back up again. So please let our secretary know. Did somebody speak
I'm
up?
on the line to speak in public comment.
Okay, will you please state your name and city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rob Warner. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I'm here to comment on AB 2345 and specifically the allowance for development of low-income housing to waive the parking allotment. I think it's a travesty and a harm to our city and our neighborhood to allow this to go forward. I want to see proper data to support the claims that the lifting of this parking restriction is good for the city. I think it disproportionately affects the city that as we know and love it, as well as the current residents and the proposed new residents that will inhabit the low-income housing. I think it creates a giant nuisance for the city and already clogged streets with difficult parking areas. And it puts the onus on the residents and other neighbors to figure out a parking situation when that benefit is being handed directly to the developers, and therefore they get a loophole and don't have to abide by this guidance. So that is why I strongly oppose it.
Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Adam Kroll. I'm a resident and a homeowner here in West Hollywood. I was dialing into public comment this evening to make a general comment about projects or sort of comments that have been received for projects that are up this evening. I think it's really concerning that we have so many residents trying to speak up in opposition to things like affordable housing projects and to senior supportive housing projects. I want to live in a community where seniors can age here and can age in our community and not be pushed out, where they can get the supportive living arrangements that they need later in life. I want to live in a community that can allow for affordable housing to be built here. And yes, we need to reduce affordable housing requirements. We are one of the densest cities in this metropolitan area. We have a lot of public transportation that people use. And the more that we require parking, the less space there is to build housing. And if that means people are inconvenienced having to look another few minutes for a parking spot, and so they will not allow an affordable housing project, I think is pretty sad. You know, and if other folks want to take that to the grave, that during the greatest housing crisis potentially this country has ever seen, right here in Los Angeles, we're going to nitpick and say, oh, but my parking, really? Anyway, I'm confident this commission is going to vote the right way in these items and future items like this. This was more to make sure there's a voice taking in opposition to those other comments.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on the line that was hoping to speak about items that are not on our agenda?
Yes, this is Genevieve Morrill, West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. How are you tonight, Mr. Chair and Commissioners? I wanted to just speak tonight and congratulate. We've had an election, and I want to congratulate Commissioner Erickson and as council member elect, and wish him well. And we look forward to working with him and the rest of the commission as well over the years, and whatever new commissioners come on board. So we're excited about the new 2021 and what it will bring. And hopefully we can get through this crisis all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, anyone else that we're unaware of that wants to speak during public comment? So like I was saying, if there is somebody else, there will be an opportunity at the end of the meeting, and we would love to hear those comments at that time. So we will move forward on our agenda, hearing no one else, and go to item number 7, our director's report. Mr. Kehoe.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. At the last Planning Commission meeting, a resident spoke about state legislation and how it impacts the city of West Hollywood, and asked if the city does any lobbying, or what does the city do in trying to influence legislation up in Sacramento. So I thought we'd like to take some time right now during my director's comments to provide a brief overview of what the city does do to help influence state legislation. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Brian Eck, and he's going to do a short presentation.
Yeah, thank you. And good evening, commissioners. As John mentioned, in addition to comments that we've heard at the last Planning Commission meeting, there has been a lot of discussion around the city, at the commission, about the ever-evolving relationship between the California State Legislature and local jurisdictions, and particularly as it relates to land use and housing legislation. And the sentiment that we most often hear is concern that the state is stripping West Hollywood of its autonomy and handing down a one-size-fits-all solution to many of the issues that the state is grappling with that relate to those topic areas. And so in response to that, I want to quickly share a role that the city plays, and in particular, the Planning and Development Services Department, when it comes to shaping state legislation. Share a fun infographic here. Let's see. Oh no. Doesn't look like that can be seen. Hold on. Bear with me one second. Let's see. All right. One second here. All right. There we go. I think we can all see that. What I think most of us who follow our processes, our commissions, council, are unaware of is the fact that we have actually a very sophisticated process that our city is engaged in when it comes to working with our state legislature. And this is led by our Community and Legislative Affairs Division. The legislative work completed by that division, along with key staff members from other divisions, the city's lobbyists in Sacramento, combined with the role that our city council members play at the state and regional level, means that we have a strong voice in the process, especially when compared to cities of our size. And so when considering involvement in state legislative issues, we first start with city priorities that are adopted by our city council, which ultimately land with our city's core values. The priorities guide more than just land use decisions and include everything from animal welfare to social justice, and of course, land use and housing matters. And the full listing of those can be found on our city's legislative affairs website. So based on the themes from the state legislature, we elected to adopt a further set of more refined and targeted priorities for land use and housing. These include maintaining local control, which is obviously very important, and the reason why so much interest is also paid to the regional housing needs assessment process and the city's allocation, since this could potentially remove some degrees of local control in our decision-making process for development. The others relate to protection of neighborhood character, our multifamily neighborhoods, and protection of renters, the city's culture, its identity, its economy, and then we strive to limit the burden on staff and city resources in general. So those are the key people and our priorities, but how do we actually work to shape land use and housing bills? A key place we start is to directly engage with legislators who author key bills. And so knowing that 2020 was going to be a big year for planning bills at the state, a city delegation, including Director John Kehoe, myself, city manager, and those other key staff members I identified, met with some key offices last November in Sacramento to share our city priorities. The other key thing that we offer is use of West Hollywood and our know-how as a prime example of how to achieve the goals that the state has in terms of generating housing, protecting renters, all while protecting character and identity. And because of this, we offer our technical expertise to help the authors of those bills to show how they can meet those priorities in a proven manner. We also conduct in-depth analysis and tracking of all the pertinent bills. And this year alone, we completed this work on well over 200 housing and land use bills. This also means keeping up with those that are amended along during the legislative session. So I have email alerts that come through and constantly chasing those to re-update our analysis on those bills. We also work with our local elected officials, being Senator Allen and Assemblymember Bloom, and we work directly with their offices to help inform their votes on land use bills, but also to help draft specific language on legislation that they may author, which happened with many key bills in 2020. We, of course, take official positions of support or opposition on bills, and those are tracked and hosted also on the legislative affairs section of the city's website. And finally, once we have all of that, we can shape, once we have the adopted legislation, we work to shape, write, oppose, amend those bills we work with once they're adopted, and then translate those bills into local ordinance that align with our adopted city priorities. And I'll just conclude by saying that I also anticipate that 2021 will shape up to be another year during which the legislature still heavily focuses on land use and housing. And those key staff members I identified, along with planning staff, will continue our work to help shape bills to the extent that we can to help protect the priorities of West Hollywood. So thank you.
And I would just like to further just make sure everyone is aware that while we do all of this lobbying, as Brian talks about, sometimes we're successful and sometimes we're not successful in influencing legislation. For example, we're continually trying to have the legislature identify that West Hollywood is a success story when it comes to housing. And so why can't the state carve out some exceptions for cities like us? And frequently that doesn't happen in the legislation. But that's one of the things that we keep trying to do as we lobby the legislature, is to show how we have successfully provided housing, provided affordable housing. And so why doesn't the state use us as an example of how it can be done, rather than treating us like every other city in the state? So like I said, sometimes we're successful and sometimes we're not. But we just wanted to make sure that the community, they raised a very good question at the last meeting. And so we thought this would be a perfect time to provide that answer. And with that, Brian and I are open for questions.
Do any commissioners have questions of the director?
Yeah, I just have one. So Brian, AB 2345 is a state law passed by the state, signed by the governor, and we as an entity, as a commission, are hearing it tonight. And we cannot say, you know what, no, because then we'd be in violation of state law, correct?
Yeah, a no vote would not align with the adopted state legislation.
And we would be at risk of being sued by any potential development or anyone else that would find us to not be in compliance with state law then.
And it's a more Lauren Langer question, but
it's rhetorical. I think we all know the answer.
Why don't we answer that question when we get to that agenda?
I would love to answer that question when we get to
I think it's an important question to answer when we get to that agenda item. Because there might be people wanting to speak to that item, we should probably not go too far down that road, but I do think it's a good example of a state law dictating our local policy. So I'm grateful that that Vice Chair Erickson raised the issue. I think it's appropriate here, but not much further. Anyone else have questions for Then with that, I thank you both for that presentation. That was helpful. And I will move to item number 8 on our agenda, which is items from commissioners. So I'm going to go through my screen and call on each of you so I don't miss anybody in the order that you're on my screen. So Commissioner Altschul?
Yes, I'm going to take a couple of minutes on this item. I've been here on this commission now for 24 years, and I think this is a good opportunity, basically, because it appears that this coming year I'm going to need the next in a series of surgeries on my vision. So I'm going to take this opportunity to step down after 24 years with much gratitude and much appreciation for the opportunity to have served for that length of time. Thanking John Heilman for giving me the chance in the first place, and specifically thanking Councilmember D'Amico for continuing that opportunity for the last 11 or so years. I've enjoyed tremendously meeting the members of the community, the wonderful members of the staff, and participating in this quite interesting and very challenging subject matter, and learning perhaps a whole new language and a whole new set of skills. It's been fantastic, and I much appreciate it. Thank you, and I will be resigning effective January 1st.
Very much, Commissioner Altschul. There will be time for goodbyes, but I'm going to preempt everybody and tell you what a pleasure it's been to serve with you for the last 4 years, and just very grateful for your service.
Thank you.
Commissioner Caballero.
I didn't have a comment, but yeah, I'll reiterate what you just said. Commissioner Altschul, it's been a pleasure to serve with you over the last several years. I've learned so much from you in terms of just content and temperament and your passion for the subject matter. I'm going to miss you dearly. I hope our paths cross again very often in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buckner.
Well, John, I've got a lot to say. You've been my mentor, I think, pretty much since I've been here. I guess I'm the second longest serving commissioner now, which is just sort of blowing my mind because I'm still learning so much. It's so hard to just know everything that you need to know to understand the reports and the projects, both with the design and the legal issues and the development and code requirements and so forth. So I'm going to still look to you because I know we've become friends as well. And I hope that I'll be able to call you up and get some counsel from you on occasion with regard to our history as a commission on certain subjects and certain kinds of projects. So you've been really helpful. So I just wish you well. I accept your decision. I understand it, but I'm going to really be very sad to see you go. First, it was not picking you up for meetings, and then bringing your package for our Zoom meetings. And so we've been able to stay pretty much in touch. And I'm looking forward to continuing to do that as friends.
Thank you, me too.
And I just want to thank both of our council members who have served for so many years, as you have too, both at different commission levels and for many years as on the members of the council. And thank John Heilman and John Duran, and welcome Seppi Shine and John Erickson as our new council. I look forward to working with you and making sure that the planning and development is appropriate for our city as we go forward. So thank you, everyone, and Mayor Horowitz and Vice Mayor, congratulations for chairing the meetings and taking those responsibilities again in rotation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Buckner. Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Yes, I'm still a little bit in shock, John. I certainly honor your decision. I've always considered you our Altacocker here on Planning Commission, and you're at a very minimum, your institutional knowledge will be greatly missed. As we all know, reading these packages and looking through past minutes and past whatevers, there's that institutional knowledge about what happened when and why and what was the real thinking. And I think that has driven us in a number of occasions to add things in our resolutions to make sure that the why sometimes shows up so that that institutional knowledge gets passed on. Because I think we all appreciate the fragility of things even more these days than normal. So I know we may get a meeting or two more, John, but I can't thank you enough for all of your service and passion to the city.
Thank you.
I did have a couple of housekeeping things. For those of you who got the additional correspondence, I noticed that in the correspondence dated 11/18 that was listed as for item 10A, there was actually a letter in there that related to item 10C. So for those who are here for the hearing on item 10C, you might want to go to the website and grab that package of correspondence on November 18th for item 10A, and there is a piece that relates to 10C. And staff, when it gets to your turn, can you update us on what the city policy is about updating signage when we have a continuance? I think there was a reference to this in some of our correspondence that there's, we have all these big posters on the wall and it looks like the date has passed, but yet it's actually been continued. And do we have a stick on that we can do that we can put on, or a giant Sharpie or something that informs the community who may have said, well, gee, I couldn't go in October. So I missed it and didn't know that it was continued, have that ability to go, oh, look, I still can participate. It's now been moved to this new date. So if you could help us understand what the policy is and how that's managed. And then Jennifer, I think my ongoing thing about the list of projects approved by the director instead of coming to Planning Commission. I know last time you said you would, present it to the commission in January. I didn't really feel it needed to be a big presentation. I'm happy to have you just send me a list. So, and share it with the commission as it is prepared. No need to wait another couple of months. And with that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hoopengarr. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much. Well, Commissioner Altschul, I'm very surprised by this news, I have to say. I'm very sad that you'll be leaving, but hope that we can continue our correspondence outside of meetings. I consider you a mentor on Planning Commission and a friend, and learned so very much from you when I was hoping someday I would be chair, and I feel very well served by kind of the education you were able to provide for me there. You will be very much missed. And again, there will be time for goodbyes, but I just wanted to kind of commemorate the moment there. Also, I just wanted to thank everyone for voting in our election, everyone in America in general. And also, if I haven't already, extend my heartfelt and official congratulations to Councilmember-elect Erickson and Councilmember-elect Shine. Thank you. And also wanted to thank our outgoing council members, Duran and Heilman, for their service to the city after many, many years of service. So thank you.
Vice Chair Erickson.
Oh my. So John, you were my first lunch when I got appointed to the Planning Commission. We went to lunch and you have just been a joy, and you are so, and if I could swear, you're so, and you know what word I want to say, smart. You are just a beacon of intelligence for so many things, and that history that we always come to rely upon. I remember when I first met you when I was a little intern, even at the city council offices. I was never little, I'm still 6'4", but like, you get what I'm trying to say. But like, you, John, are an icon. You have fought the good fight, and you still do it, and you show up every meeting, and we could all learn a lesson from a thing or two from you. I mean, you truly just walk the walk, and you have given me so much knowledge and experience, and you even encouraged me to run for council, and well, now here we are. But in many ways, John, you are just the best of us, and I'm really gonna miss you. And I know you're not going anywhere, and we'll go get chin chin whenever we can actually go in public again, and we'll eat food and do all that stuff. I know where to find you. We'll invite Sue too, but we'll go from there. But I just want to thank you seriously on behalf of both myself and everyone who comes before this Planning Commission meeting. You have a way of saying things and making it seem digestible, and I want to thank you for that, because it's a really hard language to speak, and you've really taught me so much, and I just love you so much. You're the best. And so I wanted to say one last thing, and if you would indulge me, Chair, and the rest of the commission, I really would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Uni Carey. As we all know, it is our Transgender Day of Remembrance is tomorrow. I would encourage every member of the city to attend. It's on Zoom. If we could, it's been posted all over, but we can share it in any way. But Uni Carey was a member of our community here in WeHo, knew many people, and was all about the country, and just a true, beautiful beacon of just amazingness. She was good friends with Karina Samala, Bambi Salcedo, Maria Roman. I mean, the names go on, and she was murdered. Again, she was murdered, and it's when we're thinking about the continual murder of transgender individuals in this country, we have already surpassed in August the murder rate of last year, and it was just in August, and here we are now. So I would really love for this commission to, I know it's not contemporary because we don't usually do adjournment requests, but it would be something that would behoove our commission as well as our community and the community that is West Hollywood, especially our transgender community, to adjourn in memory of Uni Carey, who was murdered by her husband. And so really sad, but I want to extend my all of my well wishes and big hugs to the community who's really hurting. And so I hope everyone will attend Transgender Day of Remembrance tomorrow, and take that moment to say the names of the women and men and gender nonconforming and individuals that were murdered this year, because we need to do something about it. And with that, I am done, Chair.
Thank you very much. And without objection, we will make that adjournment. Thank you for raising that. And again, Commissioner Altshuler, you caught us all by, well, you caught me by surprise, and it appears that you caught most of our colleagues by surprise tonight. And there'll be an opportunity to properly say goodbye, but just echo what everybody said. You've just been such a mentor and a West Hollywood institution. And this city is better for your service. And I feel confident that the people of West Hollywood would agree with that statement. So thank you very much. And that is the end of our commissioner comments. So somebody.
Hello. Hi. Are you, this is Dina responding. I just wanted to speak really quickly on behalf of.
I'm sorry.
Are you guys not finished?
No, we're not taking public comment at this time. There will be an opportunity later in the meeting for that.
All right, not ready yet.
Yes, we will call on you at that time. But
okay. So, anyways, Erica,
could you please mute your line? Thank you. So we will move on to. There's nothing on our consent calendar, so we will move on to item 10B, because we've moved 10A to after 10C, if that makes sense. So we'll move to 10B at this point in time, which is 718 Westbourne Drive. I keep looking to the side because that's where my printed agenda is. So I'm very cognizant of the camera here. Is there a staff report on this? And I believe that we could probably make this staff report pretty quick. Just explain what it is we're doing tonight.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and chairman. My name is Gurdeep Kaur. I'm an assistant planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division. The very short version of this is that the item before you is a subdivision at 718 Westbourne. Everybody can see my screen, hopefully. The gist of it is that the applicant is combining this front parcel with a narrow strip at the rear, and then subsequently subdividing it into a 3-unit development, which was approved in October of 2019 last year. And the development was in compliance with the zoning ordinance and the general plan. And I'm available to go more into depth about this or answer any questions. And the applicant is also here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. So the public knows on this one, the project is, I'm going to reiterate to make sure that that I understand and it's clear for the public. The project's already been approved. Basically, what's before us tonight is simply whether to draw invisible lines through the airspace to create 3 different properties. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So we're just drawing invisible lines with this, but the project's already been approved, which is for anybody watching why we're kind of hurrying. We tend to hurry on these particular ones unless there's an issue that's raised that we haven't already considered. So with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Gillig if there are any public comments on this particular item.
I have no public speaker slips on this item.
And I did see that the applicant was here. There would be an opportunity, I believe, at this point in time for the applicant to make a presentation if they were so inclined.
I don't have any presentation.
Okay. With that, does anyone on the commission have any questions or comments or want to make a motion on this item?
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner.
I'd like to make a motion on this, and that I would move that we approve the tentative parcel map to subdivide the recently approved, yet not developed, hasn't even begun development, 3-unit residential building into a common interest development. And that we adopt resolution number PC 20-1372 and all that is contained therein.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Gillick, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoopengarner,
Yes.
Commissioner Altschul,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Erickson,
Yes.
Chair Bass,
Yes.
and the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is item 10C, which is the zone text amendment for affordable housing requirements and incentives. Do we have a staff report on this?
We do. Good evening. Thank you so much, Chair Bass. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division in the Planning and Development Services Department. Thank you, commissioners and members of the public at home. Tonight before you, we have a zone text amendment related to density bonus regulations. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission hold a public hearing this evening, listen to all the pertinent testimony, and adopt the resolution that's provided for you in Exhibit A of the staff report, which is Resolution PC 20-1374. Just a little background for you. This may seem familiar because on March 8th of 2020, so long ago, the Planning Commission actually looked at a similar zone text amendment regarding 100% affordable housing projects. And at the time, the Planning Commission reviewed the project. State law was slightly different than it is today. And the Planning Commission recommended adoption of the regulations for 100% affordable housing projects, and also specifically recommended that no parking be required for those projects. Soon after, soon after COVID hit. And so this item was postponed in terms of going directly back to council immediately. Typically, we don't spend that much time between Planning Commission and council. But as we waited, another item came before the state legislature, which is AB 2345. And on August 31st, the state legislature actually adopted that bill. And then the governor signed it into law on September 28th. So while we were evaluating how to move forward with the 100% affordable housing item, we recognized that there were a number of changes to state law that impacted those specific requirements themselves. So because of that, we're here today to look at the AB 2345 changes. We'll also be having a virtual community meeting next Tuesday before we go to council to talk about the combination of these two items and what they mean for our community as well as the state in general. So if you're interested in that, I'll have the information at the end of the meeting, but it is a virtual community meeting on November 24th, which is next Tuesday. And then the council was initially going to review this item on December 7th, but they are poised to continue this item until the first meeting in February at their December 7th meeting. Although they have yet to take that action, but it is agendized for December 7th because it was continued by council in October. So there are just a few items that are included in this zone text amendment. The first is regarding replacement units. This is actually the one piece that's not specifically part of AB 2345, but it's kind of a combination of a number of changes to state law in the past that we haven't necessarily addressed in our regulations. The first is regarding the replacement units. Basically, existing regulations require that replacement of units that are demolished occur when a unit has a lower income tenant. Demolished and a new building was being put up using a density bonus. And those replacement units would count towards the inclusionary zoning requirements. There's also additional language regarding proposed or regarding the 55-year deed restriction for units, and it just clarifies that that applies to all of these types of units. The second item is related to that 100% affordable housing requirement that was already reviewed by Planning Commission in March. One of the things that Planning Commission did was recommend that no parking be required for 100% affordable housing projects. As you may know, at the time, that was an option for Planning Commission to recommend, but was not required. However, at this time, with the passage of AB 2345, 100% affordable housing projects are no longer required any parking per state law. And so what that means is that that's our law now too, because state law applies to us locally. And so whether we change our rules or not, this applies to us. So I know there was a question earlier about what does it mean if we don't pass these regulations? Whether we pass them or not, these are the rules today. So we are obligated as a local municipality to adopt regulations that comply with state law. So at this time, we would need to move forward with that no parking recommendation as previously recommended anyway. There's also a slight change to the description of what an affordable housing, 100% affordable housing project is. It's so minor, but we wanted to make sure that it was included to reflect the change to state law. So rather than just put little tiny pieces of this section in, you'll note that the whole 100% affordable housing requirements are in the new resolution. This just makes sure that we don't lose any pieces of it. And again, reiterates that AB 2345 requires that no parking be provided, requires that no parking be required for 100% affordable housing projects. And I do want to note that this does not mean that 100% affordable housing projects will not provide parking. What it does mean is that the developers of these projects can decide for themselves what level of parking is necessary for the project and also viable to make the project happen. Ultimately, what we've seen in the region is that 100% affordable housing projects, regardless of the local requirement, provide parking. So this is something that we feel pretty confident that the developers will be able to look at their previously managed projects and understand what the real need is on site. And again, we can't require any parking anyway. The next item is about the density bonus and thresholds. This is probably the crux of AB 2345. And basically what it does is it allows density bonuses to increase from the allowable 35% bonus to 50% bonus. And so basically what this means is that a project today of 100 units, for example, has the potential to get up to 35% or 35 additional units from the density bonus allowance. What this would do is allow a project to provide even more affordable housing, and with that, to potentially allow their density bonus to increase to 50%, or for that 100 unit base unit building, they'd be allowed potentially up to 50 additional units. To give you a little description, standard West Hollywood projects require 20% affordable units, and usually those are 10% very low and 10% moderate. When you look at a project of that standard today, 10% very low and 10% moderate would get you to that 35% density bonus. With the changes in regulations, that mix of units would only increase the density bonus 2.5% to 37.5%. So this isn't going to jump every project that we have to a 50% bonus. It's really only if they go way above and beyond our local 20% requirement, which is what applies to every project with 10 or more units on site, is required to do. So the next piece of this is the change to the threshold for incentives. So for projects that have low income units, if you have 17% of your units as low income, you would be allowed to get 2 incentives. Previously, it was 20% of your units to get 2 incentives. And then additionally, the 3 incentives went from 30% low income to lower 24% low income. So basically what this does is it gives you an additional incentive or bonus or incentive or in order to incentivize those units. So for example, 24% low income, for example, is going to be higher than a standard project that we see in West Hollywood. So someone might elect to do additional units in order to get that additional incentive. So it does help provide some incentive to get people to build more units on site. And then similarly, the city really wants people to build moderate income units. It fits into our goals for housing. It's the type of unit that we see the least of. It's the most difficult to fund from a federal funding perspective. So what we did was we also allowed that threshold for moderate income projects to match the changes to low income. This way you get the same amount of incentives for moderate units that you would for a low income unit. And then the last piece is about parking in general for projects that have a density bonus. So previously we talked about parking for projects that are just 100% affordable housing, but this really just applies to any project that utilizes the density bonus and has these affordable units on site. So for projects that utilize the density bonus, parking for 2 to 3 bedroom units is reduced per state law from 2 spaces to 1.5 spaces for density bonus projects. And again, this includes accessible and guest spaces as well. And then this is also a newer change also from 2345, that projects with 11% very low income units or 20% low income units are required 0.5 spaces per unit. And so, as I said previously, typically what we see in West Hollywood is a 10% very low and a 10% moderate project for a total of 20% of units are as affordable. So I could really see someone coming in and saying, okay, we have our 10% very low and we have our 10% moderate, and let's go ahead and provide additional affordable housing on the site so that we can meet this threshold to lower our parking requirement. Again, it's a way to incentivize properties and developers to do a little bit more as we start moving towards our next RENA cycle and our new housing element. We'll see that we need a lot more affordable housing units than our previous cycles. And so in order to accommodate that, we'll need to start seeing more and more projects adding a few units here and there so that we can ultimately reach our goals over the next 6 to 8 years. So with that, I am available for any questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Buckner.
Yes, may I ask you a question, please? On the change to the threshold incentives, is that consistent with or required by state law, or has our city gone a little bit further by adding the changes as well to the moderate units?
Thanks for that question, Sue. So the changes to the low income threshold is required by state law. The changes to moderate are an addition that staff added on to also incentivize moderate units the same way we incentivize low income units.
But that's still consistent with state law, though.
The low income is consistent with state law, yes.
And it's okay to add more and do more, right?
Absolutely. We can always make it less onerous on people.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission before we move on? Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Yes, thanks, Sue. That was the one. First question is to clarify exactly which elements we are being asked to essentially make discretionary decisions on and which are essentially being mandated by the state. So I want to be very clear here as we go through this resolution, which elements are state law we really have no discretion on, and which elements are we being asked to decide upon.
Thanks for your question. So the change to moderate for threshold and incentive thresholds is a change that is not required by state law, but was an addition by staff. And additionally, the replacement units
Can you point
allowing
that in the resolution so that we're really clear as to what it is?
Sure. Give me just one moment. Sorry, just bear with me. My computer is very slow. Okay, so if you go to the ordinance, which I apologize, is not coming up very quickly for me. And we can go through each subsection and I can tell you which is which. So we are looking at resolution PC 2013-74, which is exhibit A of your staff report. And if you scroll to appendix A, section 1,
Attachment A.
excuse me, attachment A.
Okay.
On page 3, section 1 is not required by state law. It complies with state law, but is not required. Section 2, oh, I'm sorry, section 1, I apologize for this. Section 1 is just clarifications. There's nothing in there that's any new requirement. It's just referencing other things. So none of that is new. It's really clarification. I just want to be clear about that. Section 2 is not required by state law. This is an addition that staff recommended in conversation with council a number of times about housing policy regarding the replacement of rental units that are not occupied by a very low income tenant, but rather low or moderate. Section 3 is all required by state law. Section 4 is all required by state law. Section 5 is half required by state law and half not. And I'll tell you why. The changes to the low income threshold percentage are required by state law. The changes to the moderate income thresholds are not required by state law, but allowed. The next section where we strike or the physical environment, required by state law. And then the last section is required by state law. The change where we struck the guest parking sentence at the very end is only because it's just replaced in the paragraph above. It's always read as really odd that we have this kind of floating sentence below a chart. So there's no change to any of any content of that piece. That's it.
Question number 2. Back to the parking and the 100% affordable housing projects. As you pointed out, they're not required to include parking, any parking, but they could choose to do so because it would be in the best interest of the development. Does the city have or envision having any recommended guidelines for such things so that when we work with developers, we can say, yeah, that's state law, but here, let's be smart about what you're choosing to build in the city. And here's some recommendations, some best practices from other projects. Is the city envisioning doing anything of that sort?
No, the city is not envisioning doing anything of that sort. And I'll tell you why, because it's pretty dangerous for us to develop guidelines when the state is telling us absolutely not. So I see what you're saying, that it can be helpful to help direct people, but we're really not providing any formal guidelines for what might work or not work in this case.
I wasn't referring to formal, just some, we have a new urban design studio that has good ideas about design. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Buckner, did you have additional questions? I thought I saw your hand.
Anya, I was sort of wanting some kind of guidelines too, because it would seem that with all these additional incentives and additional units that we're going to be allowing for providing that, it would seem that we don't want to be violating other codes, like building a extra story in a place where it would be inappropriate, just to know, so that they can get those number of units in, doesn't it? There has to be some guidelines for us to make some rulings about that. Or is it just going to be on we're going to just figure it out as each item comes before the commission?
Well, I mean, there are other standards that apply to these projects. So for example, you still have height that limits a project. And obviously there are some provisions that allow for expanded height under 100% affordable projects. But for example, there is a cap for that. And so that's something that, you know, on a case-by-case basis, we can evaluate projects, but we can't limit a project from their approval because they're not providing the right amount of parking according to the Planning Commission. So that's not something that you would be able to deny a project for, but there are certainly other standards that will apply and findings that need to be made.
Thank you for that. I think that's important for the public to know as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we go? I want to see if we have any public comment on this. Mr. Gillig, do we?
Yes, we do, Chair. I have 4 confirmed public speakers. Before we start, if there's anybody else on this call that would like to speak on this item, please, if you're on the phone call, please hit *9. That will let me know that you want to speak on this item. Our first public speaker will be Raphael Chinas. You can *6. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Raphael, are you there? No? Okay, we can go to Charles Jasper. Charles, if you're there, please hit *6 on your phone, and you have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Charles Jasper. I am a West Hollywood resident, and I would like to comment on this particular item. Now, what we're talking about here seems to be, you know, with not allowing parking, or with allowing developers, I should say, to get away with no parking, and issues of, you know, parking permits and so forth. And AB 2345 directly harms the quality of life in, you know, of WeHo residents. Our neighborhoods are small. We have parking problems, you know, that you wouldn't be able to believe. You know, the previous commenter said that, oh, you know, what's a few minutes of looking for a parking space? Well, if you go to some of these streets like Norton or Phyllis, you know, they're very, very narrow. And so if you're coming home after a long day of work and you're driving around in circles looking for a parking space, you're exponentially increasing your chance of getting into a car accident, you know, with each pass as you look for a place in your, you know, near your home. And that puts also an undue burden on these people who are moving into affordable housing. You know, there's supportive housing and there's workforce housing, as we all know. Workforce housing, you know, they're also more likely to have a second job where they might be, you know, Postmates or Uber or Lyft, so that they can, you know, stay financially afloat. And if we're telling them, hey, you don't have a safe place to park your vehicle, you got to drive it around and around and around. I can't tell you how many times I see broken windows also from people who park on the street, because that's just the way it is, you know, in our neighborhood, unfortunately. You know, we need to know that the city is working with us to protect us from over-aggressive development in ways that are inappropriate and don't fit the characters of our various neighborhoods. You know, if we're just going to go ahead and roll over for everything Sacramento says and not pushing back, because our greatest power is in no, as a community. You know, if another authority says, oh, you can do this, and it's actually something that's going to harm our community, we have the right and the responsibility to say no, because we don't want that harm coming to our neighborhoods. You know, we don't want, you know, certain developments coming in that can hurt us. You know, so, you know, and with these buildings anyway, you know, developers will come in and they'll say, well, you know, there's no guarantee that we'll say no parking. Of course, they have to provide maybe some visitor parking and parking for maintenance personnel. And if there's a resident manager, that person is going to have parking. But, you know, right now, the governor just issued another stay-at-home order for the next month. Many of us are still working from home, which means our cars are, you know, on the street or in our spaces all day.
10 seconds
and
left.
that just creates more constriction. So I would like you to seriously consider, where's the community outreach on this? You can't push through zoning changes that drastically affect the neighborhoods and make it worse for most West Hollywood residents. This is going to negatively impact certain neighborhoods, and this is an item that needs to be voted down and sent back for review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jasper. Our next caller will be Victor Omolchenko. Victor, do *6, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Can you hear me, David and Commissioners?
Yes, you're good to go, Victor. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, thank you very much. I think, thank you very much first for that presentation from Mr. Eck about how the legislative process works. Of course, a presentation like that makes me, as a long-term resident of West Hollywood, want to learn more about how these things go on. So I'll be sure to visit the city's website there on the legislative website. What would be interesting to me is up to this point, before these new provisions, the new law we're discussing in this item, I was just curious, maybe at some point, maybe it's already been done and I missed it, I'd like to know how the one-for-one replacement has worked up to this point, whereby when apartment buildings with rent-stabilized people were demolished, and then there was the rule under some previous bill, and we were always hearing about, oh, it should be a one-for-one. It was a kind of rather convoluted process. It depended on income. That would be interesting for me to hear. And the kinds of questions that I would raise or that make me want to know more is, like, for instance, when I see that parking for the 2 to 3 bedroom units has been reduced from 2 to 1.5 spaces for density type projects, does that mean we as a city, as Mr. Kehoe had mentioned, we lose some, we win some? Maybe at some point we could all discuss about what did we want to win? What did we lose? What are we especially proud of? Because I think that would give more confidence to the public. And I'm just trying to get a handle on this whole thing about no parking requirements within 100% affordable projects. But I think that's been somewhat explained in tonight's meeting. So I thank you for looking into this. And I know that there will be further discussions in the community.
Thank you, Victor. Our next speaker is Rob Warner. I'm not showing him no longer in the queue. If you're here, Rob, go ahead and *6 and you have 3 minutes. And then Raphael Chines, we'll try you again. Are you in the call here, Raphael Chines? No? Okay. And that's all I'm showing, Chair, for public speakers on this item.
Great, thank you very much. If there's anybody else.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. This is Dina with Moneyport. I'd like to speak on this matter.
Okay, please just identify yourself and your city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
West Hollywood, yes. I am a resident of West Hollywood. I have been for over 9 years now. And I'm a single woman who would be essentially living right behind this property, where they are going to be circling and trying to find parking, and what leads to low income housing properties comes with people who tend to do drugs, people who tend to steal and rob, and we don't need that in our neighborhood. We have a elementary school that's around the corner from this property that they want to build on. And these children are being put in danger by having these people walking around, driving around, trying to find parking. They would be going around where the schools are going to be, where the children are going to be coming out during recess, like leaving school. It's going to create chaos and danger. I do not agree with this one bit. This parking situation is going to create people getting more aggressive and agitated, that they can't find a place to park, and they're going to bring in people from other neighborhoods that can do, dealing drugs. And again, that's not what our neighborhood is about. We are a family neighborhood. We are not doing drug deals on the corners, and that's what this is going to create. We are not a neighborhood that has people looming the streets, wandering, sitting around in their cars, doing different things. Who knows what they're doing in their cars? It's just going to create the wrong crowd. And I do not agree with this at all.
Do we have any other public speakers who were not in the queue that would like to address this zone text ordinance? It's not, or zone text amendment. It's not any particular project, just. And hearing none, I do have a question for staff really quickly. When we talk low and moderate income housing, what are the, I know I've heard this before, but what are the cutoffs for those? Like
If you'll give me just a minute, I can pull those up for you and have those during deliberation. It's just going to take me a moment.
Chair, I'm happy to make a comment while we wait for Rachel.
I saw Commissioner Buckner's hand, and then Vice Chair Erickson, yeah.
Yeah, I think that part of this is that we are required to follow state law. It trumps our city ordinances. So this issue, particularly with the parking, it would seem to me that instead of looking for them to give us a commendation because we're such a unique city and that we've done so much, perhaps we should be asking for exemptions that would be appropriate for our city because of its unique size and how dense our density of population and multifamily dwellings. We have more than our share, like most cities. When you go to I'm thinking of when I went to the land use conference, very often when many of the things they're talking about, the new legislation, it fits other kinds of communities where they're spread out in a large amount of land. And it makes sense to some of these laws. But our city is different. We really are unique. And I think we should be lobbying to get exemptions that are appropriate for our city. And there are other small cities as well throughout California that we might be able to establish a little bit of a coalition so that some of these state laws that really don't work for us can be modified, or we can get an exemption because of the uniqueness of our configuration of our city and how we live work here so much. Anyway, that's just a thought. I think maybe we could be doing some lobbying in that area. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Some of these don't make sense to me for us.
Vice Chair Erickson, you were next, and then I saw Commissioner Hoopengarner after that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to thank staff for putting this item together. I think it was presented really well, and I understand we are doing all that we can to ensure that we are in compliance with state law. I want to address the elephant in the room here and say that I probably, like many of my commissioners, are a little troubled by what we just heard. Poor people are not more prone to do drugs. Poor people are not more prone to crime. Poor people are not more prone to be awful people. I'm very troubled by what I just heard from a member of this community. And we need to sit on that for a second. This is for 100% affordable housing projects. This is to get people homes and housing. And a comment like that is sad. And I want us all to think long and hard in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a time when people are being evicted from their homes, when people cannot pay their rents, the classism, racism, and just sheer let's build a wall around the city attitude is troubling. West Hollywood stands for everyone. West Hollywood is here for all of us, and it always will be. This bill has nothing to do with a specific project, which is what was mentioned in the item that we heard about. It has nothing to do with the project that we heard about it when we heard this item before. They are completely separate. And that's something that we need to make sure the public knows. And that's why I think the staff report did a very good job of trying to make this really clear. The city has a mandate to build more housing. And this doesn't mean that projects, this idea that all these developments are going to come with zero parking is not something that's going to occur. Parking is more widely expensive than it is to actually build housing. And that's a fact if you actually are in land use and you study this. To make a building more apt to fit the residents and the people that are living there and their needs for 100% affordable housing projects, that's what it's supposed to be for. This isn't some giveaway to big developers who are going to come in here and build luxury condos to build things that people can't afford to live in. This is for people who literally make, and if I don't know the numbers, but it's like $18,000 or less a year. The numbers are quite alarming. And then it also, as staff is presenting, is fitting into the general plan idea of how we want to look at moderate housing. And that is something I heard, moderate income housing, that is something I heard on the campaign trail. And that is something that we need more of because it's very hard, as Rachel had said, thank you for talking about federal funding for those types of programs. And most importantly, I want people to know that, I understand we want to always make sure our community is involved with something. But at the end of the day, the government, and whether or not we like what's going on in Sacramento, we cannot just, and thank you, Commissioner Hoopengardner, for trying to clarify what we do have, that control over, right? Local control versus statewide control. I want to say that. Thank you for pointing that out because that's really important because sometimes the state does pass laws that we don't agree on, but we have a very robust lobbyist in Sacramento. We work very hard on these bills because we know how much West Hollywood does, as Brian said, work extra hard to make sure that we are doing and on the forefront of housing because we've always been on that way. And we always will. And adopting this, and then also the commission then seeing this even before when we heard this in March, shows that the city of West Hollywood is pushing in the right direction. And I'm prepared to support this item in its entirety. I'm happy to have a farther conversation, but I just couldn't let that moment go without really addressing it. And I want people to know that if you are hearing this and you want to live in West Hollywood and you want to find an apartment or a home that you are welcome here. I understand West Hollywood needs to build more housing to get more people here, but please make sure that you know that West Hollywood stands for everyone. We always will, and we always will continue to make sure we make the right decision. And that's a little bit of a soapbox speech, Chair Bass. I apologize, but it was very upsetting of what I just heard. So thank you.
Thank you. What you said needed to be said, and I would second what you had to say. But I saw Commissioner Jones raised her hand, and I'll go there next. And then, I'm sorry, I called on Commissioner Hoopengard, then Commissioner Jones. I'm sorry, I got caught up with the speech that I got confused.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to, I guess one of the things that, and I hear from the community, and I know we've discussed this before, there's certain things that are within, I think, Vice Chair, the word you're looking for is discretion. And there's other things that are not. And I think that, first of all, there's an opportunity for our staff and our lobbyists to maybe approach this from a different perspective. And that is to look at our RHNA numbers. I think we all know that we are one of the leading cities and communities in the state that have built housing and more housing and more housing. We have a lot of housing we have developed far in excess of anybody else. And what the state has done is tried to create a one-size-fits-all legislation to address communities that have done very little, and to create opportunities for developers to build housing that's much needed in communities that haven't been doing what we've been doing. And we are at effect of that legislation. There is not much we can do about it. And we do want to encourage housing. We've been doing that since the day we were founded. And that is who we are about. I think we as a commission and our city council members in a community, we all agree what we want is smart housing. And how can we do that the best way possible? And let's not forget that the Luskin study was very clear about the fact of the importance of cars to low-income people. And I think I brought this up back in March, that low-income people are often more reliant on their cars than higher income people because they're holding down 2 or 3 jobs. They need to navigate quickly between 2 or 3 jobs and can't rely on public transportation. And so that I think as we move forward in our development in the community, that we work closely with developers to make sure that we address all of the needs, knowing that going forward, thanks to the COVID, more and more of us are working from home. And I think there's a lot of us who may never do it differently, okay? I've actually been a virtual company since 1992, so nothing's different for me. But for a lot of other people, they're like, this is okay. I'm not sitting on the freeway. So I think that all of our design and our city architect pointed that out to us in his urban design plan, that there's some real opportunities going forward in terms of the nature of the units that we develop. And that's gonna speak to the parking, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm a little bit on the soapbox here, but in the end of the day, we don't really have a lot of choice on what's been presented to us. And I think that there's some policy decisions we can make, some process decisions we can make that can affect the outcome of this. But I'd also like us to encourage working with our legislators to consider some exemptions to what Commissioner Buckner was saying, maybe around our RENA numbers and other communities' RENA numbers that are really, really producing, and saying, well, wait a minute. Let's look at the people that are really producing housing, the communities that are producing housing, and what things could be done to accommodate those that have already done these things. So that's just a thought. And with that, I have no objection to moving this item forward.
Chair Bass, I just want to make sure for the public, my comments were not directed at my previous commissioner, Commissioner Buckner. I know she spoke right before me. I love Sue Buckner, and so I just will state that for the record. They were, and I think people know that, but I am happy to put it on the record because I want Commissioner Buckner to know that. That's why I tried to go first. So I apologize, Chair Bass, and Commissioner Buckner. No, I love you.
Commissioner Jones, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the public, as usual, for taking the time to be with us in this kind of awkward forum. I also want to apologize. My internet connection in my apartment, which I've now been dealing with pretty much all day long, is fairly garbage. It's AT&T, just so everybody knows. It's saying it's unstable. So if at any point I'm slowed down or you can't hear me, that's what's going on. So I'm sorry, my camera may be going in and out a bit, and that's my sincere apology. There's nothing I can do about it. So my bad. So I'm not going to kind of repeat the comments of my fellow commissioners, all of which I think are completely valid. I mean, I think what I'd like to say to the public for the purposes of this item is, this is going to have an impact on our community. And I think what I'd really like to see going forward is for council, if we're going to move this forward, to direct staff to study some of the implications of this for the city, because it is going to have an impact on what our neighborhoods look like and what the buildings in them look like. I think what this really points to is a bigger, much bigger kind of policy conversation about the way that we define residential density. And if we don't change the way that we're framing that, we will have uniformly 5-story buildings and 3-story zones. I mean, that's a fact. We already have buildings. We hear all the time that people feel are out of scale for the neighborhood. Whether or not they are legal is kind of another part of the conversation. And we have to take these things into consideration when we're making, when we're hearing these projects. But I do want to state that I don't know how much this has been discussed, but I think starting to think about residential density in a way that points more toward floor area ratio, or FAR, as opposed to number of units. This is a conversation that we can be having now that we do have the housing element up just starting. I believe that's every 8 years, if I'm not mistaken. And I think really now is the time for us as a city to be having a conversation like that. It can, I'm not going to say help us skirt this, but help us allow for buildings to be built in our neighborhoods that are more in compliance with the code that we've so carefully crafted and created. Again, want to note that, a lot of times as planning commissioners, there's kind of a difference between getting to make decisions that we feel good about and making decisions that are in compliance with the law. And those two things are sometimes incongruous, and it can be difficult. So I just kind of wanted to state all those things for the record. I believe there's a housing element committee that's been being gathered right now, and I don't know who the members of that are, but I certainly think that the way that we're talking about density and defining it in our code from a residential perspective is something that this committee should be having a conversation about. So I'd very much appreciate it if we do end up moving this forward for staff to take that under advisement and its recommendation to council. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Carvalero, Altschul, either one of you have something to add?
I don't have anything to add to it. Thank you, Chair Bass. Thank you, Commissioner Jones, for your comments. It will have impact on our community, and we already get a lot of pushback on buildings being too tall, and we really need to look at it. If we want to incorporate this into our planning and not have overscaled buildings, we need to look at the fundamental, the foundation baseline, and make sure that these density bonuses don't create a city that we don't want to see.
Thank you. Commissioner Altschul?
No, I was just readjusting my position.
Okay. Rachel, did you find the answer to that question about, I saw Peter Noonan pop up as well.
I did find the answer to that question. Thank you for that quick throwback to me. So just to give you an idea of the maximum income that's allowed prior to occupancy of a unit, if it's a one-person household, very low income, which is 50% of the median income, is $33,099. Low income for one person would be $52,959, and moderate would be up to $66,198.
Thank you very much.
And then that gets slightly higher as your number of people in your household increases.
I'll move the item, Chair.
Well, I'd like to address it, but I'll come right as soon as I'm done. I will come back to you for a motion. How's that?
I guess if you say so. You're the boss.
I have the figurative gavel at the moment, so I'll use it. I just wanted to say that I agree with what Commissioner Jones said, that there will be an impact for sure. But I also want to reiterate that most developers don't develop 100% affordable. There's not a huge profit margin there. So the people who do that are usually these nonprofit organizations that are in the business of doing low-income housing for folks that need a place to live. And the reason I asked about those numbers is because, I mean, I'll just put it out there, even though this is awfully personal, but you know, when we had the speaker talk about people in these homes doing drugs and things like that, I fall in that moderate income housing, and you know, I'm at a planning commission meeting on a Thursday night, not out doing drugs on the street corner. So these homes are for people who are active contributing members of our society. So I just want to acknowledge that, like Vice Chair Erickson said, is that is that this is a type of housing that West Hollywood needs. This is a type of housing that really makes West Hollywood a beacon and a place where people know that they can come and find sanctuary. And so I'm glad that we are welcoming to this. And I think that we need to, like Commissioner Jones said, need to really kind of study those impacts. But I'm also really glad that staff recommended that we include the moderate side of this, even though that's not required under the state law. The state law stuff, we're just asked to adopt what the state told us to adopt. I think that's pretty straightforward. But when it comes to the moderate stuff, I think that that's really a place that the city is lacking, and finding this opportunity to encourage that and start working towards more workforce housing, I think is really forward thinking, and I'm grateful that staff brought that recommendation. So that's what I had to add to this conversation. And with that, I know that Commissioner Hoopengartner had another question, but then I'll go to Vice Chair Erickson for a motion after that.
I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Jones said, and for those of us who were involved in the last general plan process, we were ahead of the curve. We modified our zoning to provide for this additional housing. And then the state came along with bonus, 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 and here we are. So yes, I think we've got some heavy thinking and some heavy lifting to do to reimagine our community and what that's going to look like and how that's going to work. We are about this opportunity for everybody, but it has to have limits. As I've said in the past, if you took the entire city of St. Louis, would you ask any of them if they'd like to live in California? They'd probably say yes. And if they could do it on extra cheap, they'd be here in a heartbeat. We can't accommodate everybody. It's just not possible. So how are we going to live? How are we going to grow? And that's it's a heavy lifting question.
Commissioner Buckner?
I just have one quick comment, and I also appreciate Stacy's comment as well. And I guess I was sort of addressing the same thing, that we are unique and we are ahead of the game usually. We adopt laws way before the state does in certain areas in ways that benefit our community. I think one of the biggest advantages, or one of the things that I like most about our community, is that there is a diversity. There's all kinds of people at different kinds of people and different levels of economic abilities live here, and we all live here in harmony and care about each other and want things to be better for all people that can be here and live with us. So I like that. So that's part of what I was talking about too, a little roundabout, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Erickson for a motion.
I would like to move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Gillick, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoopengartner?
Aye.
Commissioner Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Altschul?
He stepped away, it looks like.
Yeah, it appears he stepped away.
Okay. Commissioner Carvalero?
Yes.
Vice Chair Erickson?
Yes.
Chair Bass?
Yes.
And the motion carries on 6 ayes, noting Commissioner Altschul as absent on this voting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to the next item, which is item 10A. And so
Chair,
Vice
can
Chair,
I request an adjournment, a 5-minute intermission?
I was going to get to that, but I want to do one thing first. I'll call on Vice Chair Erickson to state his recusal, because there's no reason for him to come back and do that after the break.
Got it.
You're just making me wait a couple extra minutes for that adjournment. Yes, I would like to let the public know that I am recusing myself on item 10A, as I was elected to the West Hollywood City Council. I will not be hearing this item as a commissioner. I will be hearing it ideally only one time, and I want to make sure that I'm fair and impartial, and so I will be recusing myself from that item.
Thank you very much. So I was going to pose this question, and whether or not we want to take a break now or we want to hear from public comment and then take a break, because I am cognizant that we have about 30 people or so on the line. You want to do the break now? Okay, it's looking pretty unanimous. So we will resume this meeting in about 5 minutes and begin item 10A at that time.
Have a wonderful night, everyone. Stay safe and healthy and have a good Turkey Day. And don't travel anywhere.
Great. Is Commissioner Buckner with us? We'll just wait. There we go.
Checked it before, but I don't see my thing popping up.
You were there for a moment. You were there for a moment. I don't see you now, though.
I don't know why. Oh, here, let's see if it.
There you are.
It should still say my name.
There you are. So we have 2, 4.
I don't see the full council on my screen either. Usually I do.
Yeah, I see all the commissioners here.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. So David, are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes, we are confirmed to go.
Okay, great. And I do see the applicant's representative appears to be here as well. So with that, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to begin item number 10A, which is 923 to 931 North Palm Avenue, and ask for a staff report.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. I'm going to share my screen so I can show a PowerPoint here. One moment. Can you see that screen? Great. Okay. All right. Well, good evening again. As you may recall, this item was previously on your October 15 agenda and was continued to a date specific today. The item before you is a proposed project located on a site that consists of 3 contiguous parcels, 2 of which contain locally designated cultural resource buildings as contributors to the Old Sherman thematic grouping. That would be 927 and 931 Palm Avenue. So that, if you can see my cursor, 927 is the middle bungalow, and 931 is the bungalow furthest to the north. And one of which was not designated or is not designated is 923 North Palm, and that's the southernmost building and parcel. The project scope includes the demolition of existing residential units at the 923 Palm parcel, demolition of non-historic accessory structures and rear additions to the 2 additional parcels, and rehabilitation of the historic single-family bungalows at 927 and 931 Palm. The project includes the construction of a 4-story senior congregate care facility containing 48 senior congregate care units with 1 level of subterranean parking garage. The bungalow at 927, this image here is not 923. 927 is the one here with the trash bins in front. Now, that's the middle bungalow, which will serve as a reception and administrative office for the facility. And the bungalow at 931, this here with the bamboo fence, will function as a detached residence for a total of 49 senior congregate care units on the as part of the property and project. The total 33,460 square foot project includes common facilities in the new building designed to memory care standards, and the requested rehabilitation incentives would allow the project to deviate from the development standards for front setbacks and density. Additionally, a senior housing bonus of 30% is requested, consistent with the municipal code, and that would be to increase the unit count from a base density of 22 units to 29 units. The project includes several entitlements, including a demolition permit to permit the demolition of the existing residential units at 923 Palm and non-historic rear accessory structures for the single-family bungalows at 927 and 931 Palm. There's a development permit to permit the construction of the 4-story building with a senior housing density bonus of 30%, which I mentioned earlier, and that's to increase the unit count. There's a conditional use permit, and that would be for the use of the senior congregate care facility within the new building, and the 2 historic bungalows in the R4B zoning district. Another entitlement is a certificate of appropriateness, and that would be to allow the rehabilitation of the 2 historic bungalows and construction of the new 4-story on the site with designated cultural resources. The other request is rehabilitation incentives, and that's to allow the project to deviate from the development standards for the front yard setback and density. And that pertains to the portion of the building where 923 currently stands. The density request is to add an additional 20 units above the 29 units for a total count of 49 units, that being 48 studio units plus common areas in the main building, and a 1-bedroom unit in the 933 bungalow currently on the site. And lastly, the request includes a modification to allow a portion of the front yard fence at the south end of the property to exceed the 6-foot height by 6-foot height limit by 10%. The new 4-story L-shaped building forms a wing that creates a backdrop for the 2 historic bungalows. The street fronting portion of the L reflects the original street rhythm in the location occupied by the 3rd bungalow, articulated by a projecting element that sits above a porch opening off the building's physical therapy and game room. Consistent with the project site's R4B zoning designation and the multifamily character of the neighborhood, the project proposes 48 studio units at an average size of approximately 404 square feet each for senior living congregate care in the 4-story building constructed to the permitted height of 45 feet. The project includes administrative and supportive services as well. The ground floor consists of 9 residential studio units, along with a common room for dining and recreation for residents of that floor, as well as space for centralized exercise and a physical therapy space. Levels 2 through 4 contain the remaining 39 residential studio units, along with common rooms for dining and recreation on each floor. The subterranean level provides 25 vehicle parking spaces, a central kitchen and laundry, a hair salon for exclusive use of the residents, and facility services. The general plan sets, before I go there, I want to show you some renderings this is the proposed design, the latest design that you're considering this evening. This is facing west on Palm Avenue. This is a rendering of as if you're looking towards Santa Monica Boulevard. You see the red building of the PDC in the background. So this is without the existing ficus tree, which will remain, that currently exists in front of 931 Palm. This is the proposed development with the existing ficus tree that exists there now. This is a rendering looking east from Betty Way on the backside of the development project. This is a section with Palm Avenue on the right-hand side. You see the ficus tree, or an outline of or profile of the existing bungalow, and then the 4-story development behind it. This is another section just to give you an idea of the building itself. This is a section with the north to the right and the southern building to the left. So the proposed 45-foot tall building is designed in a way where it doesn't follow the natural grade. It actually is a little bit lower in an effort to reduce the height. You can see the neighboring building to the right, which is much larger. That's a 5-story building. The building to the south is a 3.5-story with 3-story with tucked under parking. So this gives you a general idea of how the proposed development will fit in with the context. The general plan sets forth goals to facilitate adequate housing for diverse populations, including seniors, and sets out specific policies to facilitate development of housing with on-site supportive services for seniors, persons with disability and other medical conditions, and other persons with special needs. The project would further the city's priority of providing opportunities for residents to age in place with appropriate services provided on site. With regards to the Historic Preservation Commission, on July 27th of this year, HPC reviewed and considered the project. HPC discussed the character defining features of the historic bungalows to be rehabilitated, the design changes to the new building since the 2017 HPC hearings, as well as the new building's scale, massing, and setting in relationship to the existing bungalows and its surroundings. Additionally, HPC discussed the project's overall conformance with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. Generally, the Planning Commission would address primarily the entitlements requests having to do with development and use of land, and consider recommendation from HPC on the portion that relates to the cultural resources. In this case, however, HPC did not make a formal recommendation to the Planning Commission. After HPC heard the public comments and deliberated, a motion was made and seconded to recommend to the Planning Commission approval of the project. However, the motion failed and no further motion was put forth. Therefore, no recommendation by HPC was provided to the Planning Commission. As part of staff's review and assessment of the project application, the city contracted with Rincon Consultants to prepare an environmental analysis of the project. With us this evening is Suzanne Huerta and Stephen Trevors from Rincon to provide a brief overview of the CEQA process and analysis for the mitigated negative declaration included in your packet. I'm going to pass over this portion of staff's presentation to Suzanne, and I will come back to conclude my presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing. Here we go. Suzanne.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Sorry, let me just. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Suzanne Huerta. I'm with Rincon Consultants. I'm the project manager for preparation of the CEQA document. I'm going to provide a summary of the CEQA process and the findings of our impact analysis. So this is a general overview of the CEQA process for a mitigated negative declaration. It begins with preparation of the draft MND, which is circulated to the public. And at the same time, we file the notice of intent to adopt the MND with the county clerk. The project originally had a 20-day public review period, but due to the pandemic, the review period was extended and ended on May 21st. We then prepare a final ISMND, and the project is then reviewed by the city during the public meetings, and eventually the city will make a decision on the project. So this is a summary of the CEQA process for this project. The original negative declaration was circulated to the public in April 2017. As Antonio discussed, the project was revised. So we revised the MND and recirculated the document in March 2020. The comment period began on March 5th and went until March 25th. But as I mentioned, due to the pandemic, the city accepted public comments until May 21st. 4 public comments were received. We prepared responses to these comments, which are included in the final ISMND, along with the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. As for the actual analysis of the project's potential impacts, the ISMND includes the analysis of 20 issue areas that are listed here. For many of these issues, we provide a qualitative discussion, but for technical issue areas like air quality, GHG emissions, and noise, we use existing data and modeling to provide quantitative analysis. We also use the CEQA thresholds to analyze the impacts. Based on these thresholds, out of the 20 issue areas, we found that 4 issues resulted in no impacts, and 13 of the issue areas resulted in less than significant impacts, which are all listed here. And we found that 3 of the issue areas required mitigation measures. Under geology and soils and tribal cultural resources, during the construction period, there's potential to unearth paleontological or tribal cultural resources. So in the event that resources are found, such as during excavation or grading activities, we've provided these measures that require procedures that need to be followed to minimize potential impacts to these unanticipated resources. Also, during construction, because there are the historic buildings on site, we've included vibration reduction measures that are required prior to start of construction. And we also are requiring monitoring during construction. So that's my summary of the CEQA process and our findings. As Antonio said, I'm available for any questions regarding the CEQA analysis, as well as our historian, Stephen Travers.
Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, you can stop sharing your screen. I'll continue on mine.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
My Zoom is being odd.
Okay, I'll continue with mine. No problem. All right. Oh, there we go. Thank you. All right. So we're back to the rendering. Everyone can see the rendering. All right. So after the publishing of the agenda packets, staff continued to receive public comments in support and in opposition to the project. In some cases, general comments or questions without expressing a position. In total, staff has received 70 public correspondence after the packets, and that being after the October 15 packet, as well as after the this current packet, November 19 packets were published. This correspondence has been provided to the commission and made available to the public via the city's website. Staff supports the project given that the proposed rehab work will help preserve the cultural resources without impacting the integrity and provide a needed housing type in the city. Without rehabilitation incentives, the historic property may continue to deteriorate as upkeep and maintenance of the property may not be financially feasible. The new senior congregate care housing facility meets key city goals and provides for the preservation, rehabilitation, and ongoing maintenance of the property and site, as well as goals of promoting the creation of housing for a diverse population, including aging community members. The demolition and construction of new facilities would not adversely impact the property's historic character, and the proposed project is in conformance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. The continued use of the bungalows and the new facility is compatible with the residential uses within the neighborhood. Therefore, staff finds that the proposed project is well suited for the site and recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program and approve the proposed project subject to the findings and conditions of approval set forth in your draft resolution. In addition to Rincon Consultants, Robert Chatto and Nels Youngboard, the city's on-call preservation consultant, are joining staff this evening to assist in answering any historic preservation questions that you may have. And with that, I will conclude my presentation, and myself as well as our consultant teams are available for any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. To the commission right now, because I anticipate a lot of public comment and a complex presentation by the applicant here, I would like to invite the commission to ask any clarifying questions, but if they're of substance about, if they're too substantive, I would like to keep those until after the applicant has made their presentation, because I anticipate some of those questions will be answered at that time. So I'll kick things off with just asking staff to talk about the noticing requirements in particular because of an item being continued from our last meeting. Or not last, but October 15th.
Yes, so the item, as you mentioned, was continued to a date certain. So the legal requirement for posting or noticing is that the item be posted with the city clerk, and that gets also updated on the city's website. So the project has been posted, has been legally posted as required.
Thank you.
Notice. I'm sorry.
Thank you for clarifying that. Can you please stop sharing your screen though, so I can see my colleague?
Yes, sorry about that.
I don't know if anyone's raising their hands because I can only see Commissioner.
Apologize.
Commissioner Jones, I see your hand.
Thank you, Commissioner Bass. I actually did have a question about the noticing, which has been answered. So thank you. I know there were some people in the community who had questions about that. Antonio, are you able to talk a little bit about clarification on kind of memory care standards? Like, what does that mean? Who will be able to be in the facility? I just wanted to get some just top line clarification around that term in terms of the standards.
Sure. Those. So I could provide very brief, but our applicants and the clients would be able to provide much detailed.
Oh, we'll wait until the applicant's presentation then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners with questions at this time? Commissioner Hoopengarter. Commissioner Hoopengarter?
My button didn't click. Trying, testing. Is it good?
You're good now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Antonio, you shared a picture of the view from Betty Way. I believe it's Plan A 4.21C.
Yes, would you like me to share that again?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
because I have been looking at the survey. I've been looking, I looked at the actual site, and I'm finding it hard to understand where all those trees are coming from that are blocking the view of this building. Can you help me figure that out?
Sure. So the proposal is to maintain as many of the trees and landscaping in that rear yard area as possible, as much as we'll be able to be secured. And if you look at your site plan, there's an area there along Betty Way where it's the rear yard space is much wider, and that was intentional to allow for more landscape to be planted and for it to thrive in that area. So this clearly being a rendering is showing the tree that's there, that's currently there. That tree would be trimmed and or modified in order to accommodate the development. So it's a bit misleading in that sense. The idea and the proposal, the project scope is to maintain as much of that landscaping as possible. And again, there's an intent to be able to screen that with natural landscaping as much as possible and feasible.
I guess I'm rather confused because A, those are not on the survey. B, there's no room for them and they're not on the landscape plan at all. So I want to make sure that we're communicating clearly as to what the community can expect. I don't see any of those trees as part of the plan. And well, the survey's got some problems. It calls that ficus out front a palm tree. So the survey's a bit confusing because it's got clear errors on it.
Okay.
It's just, to me, we're making a statement that this is what it's going to look like, and I don't see it on the plans as an existing trees, and I don't see it on the plans as a trees to be planted.
Okay, Commissioner, I would ask that the applicant clarify that if that's okay with you.
And with that, I will defer the rest of my questions.
Right. So I'm told that with our new design review committee process that there is a design review committee report on this. So Commissioner Buckner, I believe that you're the one providing that tonight because you were chair at the time. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. I have no idea what you're saying.
I was prepared at the last meeting before it was continued to do that. I forgot that I was going to do that. So let me go get my notes for a minute. Can you come back to me on that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do any other?
I'll go get my notes. They're just over here, not too far away.
Do any other commissioners have questions at this point? Well, Commissioner Cavallaro?
Yeah, I'm just going to say I do have questions, but I'll wait till after.
Okay. I want to give the applicant the opportunity to address anything that might come up in the design review committee's report. So that's why I'm speaking now just to fill up space while we wait for Commissioner Buck.
Well, I do have a question that relates to the findings in the resolution that would be more sort of abstract and not germane to the architect. So maybe Tony, if you can address that. Tony, in the findings, and now I'm going to have to flip through to find the findings. The discussion about the history of HPC does not show in the findings what their findings were finding. In other words, they voted twice And in the resolutions, though, those votes are not identified. Is there a reason those are excluded?
So the first hearing that HPC had back in 2017, there was the result of the first hearing was to recommend to the Planning Commission denial of the project. The Planning Commission directed staff to return back with a revised resolution for denial. At that time, or subsequent to that time, the applicant requested of the commission to allow the applicant to continue the item, to give them an opportunity to address the items that were discussed. So the applicant went back to the drawing board, so to speak. Fast forward 2 years later, the project was resubmitted to staff for review. And at that time, given the approximate two-year, staff felt it important to review that project, not only for its conformance with development standards, but also with the CEQA. And so at that point now we're looking 3 years after the initial HPC before it came back to HPC. So that's part of the background, which was described in the staff report of where they started, where they paused, where they continued, and then ultimately we're here tonight with no recommendation from HPC.
And I appreciate that, Tony, but my concern is that in these findings, the statement is made that there was a hearing on July 24, 2017, and at that meeting, the item was continued to August 28th. End of conversation. That I've read the minutes, I've spoken to the chair and the person who moved the item and who seconded the item. There was a clear vote of denial, 4-1. And it was moved to bring it back on consent with the revised resolution denying the COA. And that was the result of the July 27th meeting. However, the resolution in section 3 on 1367, right on page 1, does not speak to that vote. It just simply says that it was continued. And I wondered why staff chose not to identify that vote.
That was not intentional. It was a more of action items and discussed more elaborated in the staff report.
Well, but
and
this
can
is
I just jump in really quick? I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me or not?
Yeah, but I just want to be clear that this is the resolution that we're being asked to vote on, and it states something that is factually missing key components.
So am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
I can answer. Okay. The resolution that you have addresses the project as we have it right now, as it was revised. And this project, the Historic Preservation Commission made no action. They did not take an action at all on this project. They did have a previous meeting. They directed us to come back with a resolution. They never adopted that resolution either. They ended up pushing that off and continuing the item. So so that's why it was not expanded upon. If the Planning Commission wants us to add additional information, we can talk about that. But to answer your question directly, that's why it wasn't discussed in the resolution, because the HPC did not take an action on this.
Is that Commissioner Buckner?
Yeah, well, that's unusual for them not to take some kind of action and make some kind of approval. And or recommend something to the commission with regard to the historic preservation issues. What was the reason for that?
They did vote, Sue.
Have a vote. They voted for.
They did vote. It was
It
a 3-3
voted.
tie. It was a 3-3 tie, and therefore the motion failed.
So it
Yes,
failed
they
because
made a motion to
died.
approve and it didn't pass.
They had a
And
division.
so
of
they didn't make another motion.
Right. So there was a division of opinion as to whether or not it complied with their requirements. And so we don't know what their thinking is on it exactly. I'm ready now for my review if people.
Please.
If ready. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Actually, what happened was that we had 2 different opportunities to view this project that when it came to the design review subcommittee. One on July 9th, and then the committee made some suggestions and asked them to bring it back before they came to commission. And that second meeting was on July 20th, 2020. And at both those meetings, the subcommittee heard from the applicant and as well as staff with regard to the project, and also took comments from the community members. It's much more informal at design review, but we did have several people from the community speak at both those meetings and give us some input as to their points of view, of course, on the issues of design. The Design Review Commission had some elements that they felt they concurred with each other on certain aspects and received them very well. That's the restoring of the bungalows and the maintaining of mature trees. However, I do agree with Commissioner Hoopengardner that we need to have some kind of conditioning in there that they have mitigation way to mitigate the destruction of those mature trees, what they're actually going to do to make sure that they aren't destroyed during the process of building the building and excavating and so forth. That there was approval of the 4-story massing instead of the 5 stories, which they would have been entitled to through a request for a density bonus. Even though they have the density bonus, they are keeping it at 4 stories to try and have it fit in better with the community. The design review, we seem to appreciate the exterior finishes that they were able to change, and also to modify some of the building so that it looks less massive by setting back and creating some more interest on the building. We were concerned though with the length of the entry fence and thought that it could use more refinement, that there was a need for some semi-private areas for the residents, to meet with family members and friends somewhere on the property. There didn't seem to have any way for that to happen, and people do come visit these people that are the residents in these facilities. There's going to be no parking requirement, but what about for residents and staff employees who need to work there? Where are they going to be parking? And how would the service providers function and be able to park their vehicles to bring materials and supplies to the building? Again, with the ficus tree, I think that there was an arborist who spoke to that. Perhaps the applicant can address that for the public as well. Also, there were issues that we felt were not addressed in the design, and that had to do with the security of the memory care patients that were going to be housed in that facility, because they're getting extra incentives because they're providing that kind of care in this development. The public, some of the people felt that it was a good idea to have a facility like this in our city to allow for some aging in place for our senior citizens. but they were concerned about the narrow street and the intensity on Palm Avenue and were concerned as to the appropriateness of this location for a residential care facility. While they were in favor of a care facility, they weren't particularly in favor of having it in this particular neighborhood. The applicant did address some of the fencing issues, and we asked them to see if they can do that semi-private area so that visitors could visit in privacy with the residents somewhere on the property that would be accessible to the residents, including some of the memory care residents who aren't going to be able to move about and without having aides help them. And so it doesn't seem to flow very well for that. And then I think there was comments on the design that they might look for a way to provide more light into the units. It seems very dark, and basically that's it. But there's also with regard to shading and skylights and ventilation and air, natural air moving through the unit, we thought that they could be addressing some of that. And I hope that the applicant will address some of those issues tonight. And that's basically all. Overall, we appreciated the amount of thought that the applicant did put into revising the project or working with staff, incorporating some of the ideas that the planning commissioners on the design review offered. Some of it really wasn't planning or development issues, but concerns over the kind of facility that's there and the design of the units that might not protect the safety for the residents that are there, particularly the ones that have memory issues who can't really do very much at all for themselves. So that was basically where we're at and what we were thinking. The design that we liked, where it was the second rendition, was much improvement over the first, and they did incorporate a lot of comments from both public and design review commissioners. That's about it.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that report. We will go to the applicant for their presentation. They will have 10 minutes, but let's do disclosures now before we move on. Commissioners, do you have any disclosures? I'll start with Commissioner Altschul.
I've had 2 conversations with the applicant's architect on the telephone, and of course have gone by the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Cavallero?
Same. I had a conversation with Ed Levin about items in the staff report, and I've also I've visited the site twice and spent time on site.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you. Yes, I had a Zoom call with the applicant's representative and the applicant before the last meeting, and also had a phone conversation with the applicant's representative this week.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Oh, and we discussed only items contained in the staff report, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
I had a phone conversation with the architect this week, briefly discussing items in the application, as well as brief phone calls from members of the community. And I have visited the site multiple times.
Thank you. And Commissioner Buckner?
Yes. I had a conversation with Ed Levin in the last go around. I didn't have a conversation with him as it's just before this meeting, the second time that it came before it got continued. And I do recall, I believe we had a little bit of a Zoom presentation at that meeting and as part of our discussion. And we addressed items that were contained solely in the staff report and in the information that we've learned at design review as well.
Thank you. My disclosures are similar. I had a meeting with the applicant and their representative before our last meeting, as well as a brief telephone conversation this afternoon. I've met with, by phone, I've met with several members of the community, and in all of those conversations, we have only discussed items that are contained in the staff report or in the public correspondence that is part of the record of this item. And I've also visited and walked the site for the sole purpose of kind of observing this project, including walking up and down Betty Way. That's the end. And so now we will give, I see Mr. Levin has turned on his camera. We will give you 10 minutes to make your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes for rebuttal after public comment as well.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Bass, members of the Commission, Edward Levin, longtime resident of West Hollywood. With me tonight is my partner, Jorge Norino, our landscape architect, Gary Mason, James Stevens, the owner, and Eric Gruber of Cadence Living. They'll be the operator. I've got a lot of ground to cover. I'll go through this pretty quickly. Be happy to answer any questions you have at the end. I'm sure there'll be plenty of them. As Tony mentioned, we're proposing a senior assisted living project with 49 units. 48 of them are in an L-shaped building wrapping around 2 historic bungalows. To break down the scale of the building, we layered the massing vertically. We have a 1-story base of stone. We have a 2-story middle and an attic story at the top to help break down the scale. We split the 2 wings of the L with a glass separation, which is where our common area is. And we eroded the front corner to reduce the visual impact where it meets the historic bungalows. To further reduce visual impacts, we added a 3-story green screen behind the bungalows, and to further break down the scale and reference the architecture of the bungalows, we added a series of upper floor eaves for sun shading, and we created a front porch facing palm. Here's an overall view of the plan, palms on your right. In red, you can see the existing driveways. We completely eliminated the south driveway at 923, and we've narrowed the double driveway, the pair of driveways at the north between 927 and 931. So our single driveway and drop off, it's shown where the dashed red line is the same total length as the existing curb cuts, but with only one interruption, the street parking is actually improved. And assisted living facilities generate far less traffic than even senior housing, let alone a conventional apartment building. Here's the parking level. You can see there's no excavation on the bungalows, but to address some of the questions about Betty Way, you can see at the lower left that we've actually jogged our retaining wall back so that we're allowing for about 3 feet of natural soils in there, where we'll be able to retain existing planting and replant to the extent that we can grow larger trees at the end of Betty Way. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Back up to ground level, 920, as Tony said, the 931 bungalow will be rehabilitated and used as a 1-bedroom residence. That's our 49th unit. The 927 Palm building will be used for reception and staff breakout area. Hopefully COVID will be a thing of the past when we open in 2 years, but the center bungalow can serve as an airlock for staff and visitor testing before they enter the main building. And it can be used for meeting friends and family outside the main building and outside the landscape areas. We've also, around the main building, we've created a continuous exercise walkway. We use pergolas to separate that walkway into individual outdoor garden rooms. These garden rooms are treated as a series of sensory stimulation events. Some of them have plants with scents, like jasmine or lavender. One has flowers and feeders to attract hummingbirds. Others have various floral themes and so on. And each one of them has benches and seating areas so they can be used for informal meetings. People can get out, they can walk and get their exercise this way, but they can also sit and meet with friends and family. We've created a front porch which overlooks that walkway and overlooks Palm. It connects the residents to the neighborhood and it reflects the porches of the existing bungalows. Here's a typical floor plan. The building's it's conceived as a neighborhood. Each floor has its own common living and dining room. You see that in orange at the intersection of the L. And that room has views to the front and rear and extensive cross ventilation. Most of the residents won't have mental problems, but the entire building reflects universal design and memory care standards. The units are about 400 square foot studios without kitchens. There's very easy wayfinding from the units to the central commons, and that works for people with cognitive issues and just ordinary residents. Memory care standards simply means that the building will be built of steel and concrete, not wood. That means per code, anyone can live on any floor regardless of condition. Most of the residents in this building will not have cognitive problems, but if they do or if they develop them, they don't have to be moved to lower floors, which would ordinarily be required. Here's the view from Palm Avenue. As you've seen, we try to reflect the architectural language of the bungalow through the breakdown of the scale and through the use of compatible architectural vocabulary and materials. We received a lot of excellent comments at Design Review Subcommittee, and we incorporated a number of them into the design, including the eaves that you see here and the sun shading. We also reduced the parapet height by a couple of feet to help bring the scale down further. As was noted, we are not stepping this building up the street. The site goes up about 10 feet total. So at the north, which is the right side now, we could have stepped the building up another 10 feet high, but we decided to keep the entire thing at the lowest level, again, to reduce the scale, not just for the bungalows, but for our neighbors as well. Here's the materials palette. You can see we've got a stone base. Above that is horizontal siding, and the attic story has bronze metal panels and eaves. We're requesting a senior housing density bonus to bring us up from a 22 unit base to 29. We meet all the zoning criteria for the bonus, which requires that we have no greater impacts than a by right building. We in fact have lower impacts than a by right building. Our units are only a third the size of typical R4 building. So this building is smaller and it's lower than would be under a regular density bonus apartment building. Density bonus building on this floor would be on this site would be 5 floors. We also have far fewer daily trips than a regular residential building, so we have lower impacts there as well. Here's the view from Betty Way. Yes, this is set into a composite photograph. We will be replacing a lot of the landscaping at that back end, but as we showed you in the parking plan, that we've actually stepped our building back. We've jogged our foundations back so that we've got about 3 feet of width to be able to ground these plantings into natural soils. And again, our landscape architect would be happy to answer any questions about that. We're requesting rehabilitation incentives. That's to increase from 29 to 49 units. Again, even with the increased unit count, because our units are only a third the size of conventional R4 units, the building will still be smaller and lower than a conventional apartment building. A complete rehabilitation plan for the bungalows was prepared by Historic Resources Group, and it's been peer reviewed by the city's historic consultants. We're also requesting a certificate of appropriateness. This is a map of Sherman in 1910. Our site is in the box at the red box at center right. When the 927 and 931 bungalows were designated, Historic Preservation Commission found they had long ago lost all their original context. They'd lost all of what's known as their site integrity. That meant that as a matter of law, that the settings of the bungalows could not be part of their designation. You can't designate for something that's been lost. So the HPC limited the designation to the original bungalows and their relationship to Palm Avenue. Nothing else on the site was designated as significant or contributing. The alterations to the rear of the bungalows and the buildings that were built behind them were not significant. The rear yards are not significant, and the rear landscape was not considered contributing. Council explicitly discussed this when they designated the bungalows, that all they were designating was the bungalows themselves, not the rest of the site, which could be developed. This was explicitly discussed when council took this up.
You have 2 minutes left, Ed.
Our project's been reviewed by 2 qualified consultants. Both of them determined that the project meets the Secretary of Interior standards. Therefore, there's no impact per CEQA. Commissioner Hoopengartner asked that we look at the root structure of the ficus tree to make sure we weren't going to affect that. Your packet contains a report from a qualified arborist stating that it won't destabilize the tree and will monitor that during construction. You've approved similar projects with 4-story buildings next to historic buildings. The Ramona is on the left and the San Vicente Inn's on the right. The San Vicente Inn incorporates an old Sherman bungalow. It raises it a full floor above the street and attaches the new building to the back of it physically. We don't have any similar impacts to ours. We're also asking for a waiver at the front setback. This gives you the view. You can't see the building because of the street trees and because of the ficus. The height measurement is really a technicality to allow us to provide adequate security for the memory care patients. It basically raises the fence 7.5 inches to 6 feet 7.5. So with that, we think it's a well-designed building. We think it's appropriate to the context. It's been deemed by 2 consultants to conform to the Secretary of Interior standards. It supports the city's goal for aging and community. We're particularly gratified to have the support of Elizabeth Savage. There's a letter in your packet from her. She wrote the city's Aging in Place, Aging and Community Plan. This is a building that the city needs. We have not built assisted living facility in 50 years in this city, since before cityhood. It's about time that we built something. This is an entirely appropriate place for it. And we request your approval of the project. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Sorry to run through that at breakneck speed. It's a lot of ground to cover.
Thank you. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions, but so that I can see my colleagues, can you please stop sharing your screen?
Absolutely. A second.
That way I know who wants to speak.
What happened to that?
I don't know how.
Okay, I see Commissioner Altschul's hand, so we'll start there.
Ed?
Yes.
In this process, you're taking away 7 units that are rent stabilized for the city's goals of having affordable housing and aging in place, as you referred to. Well, what is the justification for that?
Well, first of all, our owner can speak to whether those are actually rents. They're rent stabilized, but they under Costa-Hawkins, they float to market, so they're not really in any particular way affordable now. But look, virtually there are no.
You have people living in them. That
yes, we do.
Rent stabilization.
There are no.
And it's the city's goal. If you take away one of those things, you replace them.
Well, there are no affordable units on the site. There are no units that would qualify as affordable that would need one-to-one replacement.
Well, I don't know whether they are or they aren't. But the point is, they are. You're kicking out 7 people that are living under rent stabilization.
Yes, but not under affordable housing. Look, there are no brownfield sites in the city anymore. Virtually every development that's going to happen is going to displace people. I wish it were otherwise.
I think this is a good use, as we discussed. It is a very good use, but
Yeah.
maybe not in this place. I don't think kicking out 7 people or 7 units that are under rent stabilization is a good thing.
This is 3 parcels. You would be hard pressed to find any 3 parcels in the city where you're not going to displace
I'm not
residents.
looking at any other pre-parceled units in the city. We take them one at a time. And you're also, in my opinion, taking what we used to call variances for getting rid of all the setbacks. Now you're calling them incentives. So you're decimating the code with respect to setbacks by calling it incentives.
With all due respect,
I don't think that's a particularly desirable goal of the city.
With all due respect, Commissioner, we're not decimating the code. And I think that it's a reasonable, you can certainly discuss this among yourself, but I think it's pretty reasonable to suggest that 7 units, 7 residential units on the site, which are not affordable, they're simply rent stabilized and float to market under Costa-Hawkins as every other unit does.
That makes them valuable to the people that live there.
I appreciate that. But on the other hand,
apparently you don't.
On the other hand, we are gaining 49 residential units for seniors. We think that's a worthwhile trade-off.
Well, I don't know that it is a worthwhile trade-off. I think that has to be discussed. And as
you will. I'm right now. I'm just trying to answer your questions, Commissioner Altschul. I'm sure you will. I'm sure the commission will be able to discuss that trade-off amongst itself in deliberations.
I hope so.
Thank you. Do you have additional questions, Commissioner Altschul?
Not at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Buckner, I saw your hand. Then we'll go to Commissioner Jones.
Yes, I have a bit of a concern that they're building this building for a specific use as a long-term residential care facility for people with memory issues and disabilities such that they are not able to live any longer in their own homes. They require particular kind of care. And in order to get that kind of care, the operator is going to have to show that this particular building, the way it is constructed and designed, is built to a standard that will protect and meet the needs of the population that is designed to house there. And I'm a little bit, when you talk about memory care standards, we're not just talking about building it in steel and concrete. We're talking about what's going on inside. Is it going to meet the needs of this population? And I'm concerned that we're going to, that the commission, if it approves this project the way that it is for the purpose of which it is going to be used, it's going to require a CUP. And we don't know whether the other agencies in the County of Los Angeles that have jurisdiction over making decisions about what those standards might be may not give this business approval because of the design that it is. I think one of our residents even brought up a possibility that the way that the kitchens are designed, they're open to the residents. There's no locks on the kitchens. There's no way for the staff to lock certain medications and so forth in a separate space on each floor, and also lock the stoves and ovens and stuff in a way to protect the residents so that they don't have access to some of these units. And I'm a little concerned about that because they're not going to get their permits.
May I address that? May I address that?
Yes. Yeah, and let's keep this to questions because we've not heard from the public yet. So
my question is, how are they going to do that?
Well,
make sure they comply.
First of all, memory care, the state building code says that if you build a conventional residential building out of wood, that no one who has any impairment can live above the second floor. What that means is if you build your building and you have a resident of the third, let's say the third floor, who's been there for 10 years and develops cognitive problems, then they have to be relocated down to either the first or second floor. This is assisted living. This is an assisted living facility. That's its purpose. Some of the residents may have cognitive problems. Most of them will not. But in order to make sure that we can accommodate those who do without having to relocate them if they develop these issues at some point, we are designing the entire building to universal design standards, which include standards for memory care. So the building will be fully staffed. There's staff on the floor, so it's not as though people are going to be able to run around and use the kitchen facilities and endanger themselves. The units themselves have no kitchen facilities in them. There's common facilities, and those have controls on them. As far as medication, there's a staff room on each floor which allows the meds to be locked up. That's required. We're required to design this to state building codes. There are very specific building codes for assisted living. We'll conform with all those. Beyond that, the question of licensing does not have much to do with the building design. The building design is governed by the building code, and if we receive a permit, then we'll conform to the code. The real question has to do with the building operation. And we have our operator here. If you'd like him to address the issues of operation that would deal with licensing, I'd be very happy to. His name is Eric Gruber. He can unmute himself and sort of jump in and help answer that question about operations, because frankly, licensing of a facility is not typically within the purview of the Planning Commission. Typically, we talk about how we're going to design the building. The building will support a licensed facility with no question. Eric, would you like to, you're on mute.
Before you do that, let's just keep this short. I don't want to overextend the 10 minutes toward the applicant. We're really in question and answer at this point in time. I appreciate you answering it, but we do need to keep
fair enough
the time reasonably fair.
Okay.
So do you have a brief answer to that, Mr. Gruber?
I do, and thank you for having me this evening. Just very quickly, I just wanted to give you a little bit of understanding of Cadence Living. We own and operate 26 communities in 9 states. I have been in this business for 31 years, continuously doing independent, assisted, and memory care communities. We have 3 operating communities in California today and are very familiar with all of the licensure requirements. Of our communities, 22 of them have memory care. So we specifically design our buildings for this. And we can, in the interest of keeping it short, please know that we are specifically vetted with our operational programming by DSS, the Department of Social Services of the state of California, who is one of the best equipped and most demanding departments in the United States for memory care and assisted living standards. And as I said, we have 3 operating licenses here in California already. We very much like this design. When we do a ground up, we like to build a 12 to 14 unit neighborhood. This is precisely the type of design which you will see in communities which we've developed across the United States. We very much are going for a home atmosphere, which is why you have these kitchens. These will have induction cooktops, which means that they are not hot to the touch. They can only be activated when you have the appropriate cookware there. All of the actual cooking occurs downstairs, and the meals are brought up in sort of a batch crock pot type thing that keeps it warm there, and we individually plate. So all of that will be occurring with the staffing. And as Ed said, there are specific medication areas that are under double lock and key and are accessible only to specifically licensed medication technicians. Not everyone who works in the building is allowed to touch the medications. There are very specific protocols with that regard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Jones, and we'll come back to Commissioner Altrill. I see your hand. So we'll go to Commissioner Jones first.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say for the record, I think I I think Mr. Levin has answered my questions, but I just kind of wanted a clarification on memory care standards and kind of what that means and who will be able to be in the facility. But I think between the staff report and his response, it's clear that not everyone in the facility here would be a memory care patient. So that's helpful. Thank you. I'm good. I just wanted to state that for the record because I asked earlier. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Altshuler, you had an additional question?
Yes, I assume that that gentleman was the actual applicant that just spoke.
No, sir. I'm the owner of Cadence Living, which would be the operator of the community.
The name of the company is Cadence Living?
Cadence Living, yes.
Spell that, please.
CADENCE.
Just like it sounds.
Yes.
And is that the name of the other two facilities you have in California?
We have a community in Fresno that is called the Wyndham. We also operate Nikkei Senior Gardens, which is in the Burbank area and is a Japanese American affinity project. And we own a very interesting memory care community that's centered around essentially a farm in Poway, just outside of San Diego.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners with questions at this time, or should we go to public comment? Seeing no hands, David, could you please manage our public comment portion of this meeting?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Okay, I have several people that want to speak on this item. Several have already filled out their speaker cards for them. I will call on you by your name for the ones that have already pre-registered for this. Anybody else in the listing that wants to speak on this item, please hit *9. That will let me know that you want to speak on this item. Our first speaker.
Just a second, David.
Yeah.
I do see Commissioner Buckner's raising her hand.
I'm wondering how many speakers we have and how much time each speaker is going to have to speak. Sometimes it's 3 minutes if it's not too many, and if it's a whole lot, we can reduce it to 2 minutes. So I was just wondering how that's going to.
I think that's a very good question. I think that because David tells me there are 11 people in queue right now, that we should keep it at the 3 minutes. But tell people that anyone listening that if somebody's already said something that you agree with, you're welcome to simply say that. We hear you, and I believe all of the commissioners have read the correspondence, and so we welcome your comments. You have up to 3 minutes, but by no means should anyone feel obligated to take all of it if they don't want to. Thank you. David, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Our first speaker is Gary Legault. Gary, go ahead if you're not unmuted to do *6, and you'll have 3 minutes. He'll be followed by Genevieve Morrill.
All right. Hi, this is Gary Legault. I am a 34-year resident of West Hollywood, a 20-year resident of Betty Way, and a recently retired litigation paralegal after 24 years of service at a reputable law firm in Los Angeles. In my view, our city has been given an opportunity to recognize the site on Palm Avenue where the late civil rights activist Marsha P. Johnson spent her last night in California. Together, we watched the formation of this city as an incorporated township on television from my apartment in New York during 1984. And Marsha rejoiced in the knowledge that a place in America existed where the rights of her people were to be protected. Marsha had a vision for this town and the future of the LGBTQ community. And in my opinion, I think the community would be better served if this property were perhaps to be acquired by the city and maintained as a transgender awareness and vocational center preserving the memory of Miss Marcia. But I am informed and have reason to believe that there is elder abuse on Betty Way, possibly in connection with this project. It appears that elders of the community are being targeted by a lawless group of real estate investors whose goal is to acquire their properties, overturn the legislation passed by City Council in 1992 preserving Betty Way, and eventually to annex it to this Palm Avenue project. There have been numerous violations of the civil codes on Betty Way, and I am calling for an independent investigation to determine whether any sections of the penal code have been violated there as well before the granting of any permits. We've had a burglary, a battery, and repeated threats by telephone at my house. And as an elder of the community, I would like to get to the truth in all of this, and I must ask that my rights be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Legault. Our next speaker is Genevieve Morrill. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Great to see you virtually and hope to see you gather at some point soon. Commissioner Alschel, I have had the privilege of knowing you for 21 years as a friend and colleague. You're an institution and will be sorely missed on the dais. I am speaking tonight in support, and I got to say that listening to this is making me crazy to think that there's any opposition to senior housing, to affordable units, to things that we have been striving for since the cityhood inception. I had never heard of a senior congregate care housing project before, and I was excited that this thoughtful development created for aging in place, which West Hollywood needs and is a leader in this space, with proposals, but nothing activated. So they're great at writing the proposals about aging in space, but we haven't seen anything until now. And here we have an opportunity. Levin Architects has provided a thorough preview of the reasons that this is appropriate use for this site. And the project reflects the city's support for this designation, which allows this development. I understand why some get upset about density bonuses and other incentives. However, every incentive being activated is justified. Senior housing density bonus is justified. Rehabilitation incentive justified. Has less impacts than the standard multifamily building, has smaller and fewer stories than by right alternatives, has less than significant impact on historic resources, and has less than significant impact per qualified CEQA consultant. And for me, here's the bottom line. Incentives are created to get the community benefits. Yes, the incentives allow the developer to build denser and higher, but they also encourage creative uses for critical needs in our community. Incentives are created for a reason. The reason is we need housing, we need affordable, we need workforce, and we need aging in place options for our senior population, which was what we were founded on. If we stop this progress in the development of our city, we will be doing a disservice to our residents and the welfare of our community housing needs. I also thought if I had time, I would add something about Ed Levin, owner of Levin Architects. Mr. Levin has served on our Government Affairs Committee for decades, even prior to my tenure with the Chamber. And from what I have learned over the last decade is that Ed Levin supports only what is good for the community, not because he can get more bang for the buck or what the developer wants. He'll turn down a project if it's not good for the community. What I love about his service on GAC is that he makes us think beyond and differently and just what is good for, not what is good for business or commerce. He's a resident, and at times his opinions on GAC are controversial. So for me, I have no doubt that this project is thoughtful and what is right and just for the community of West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thanks, Genevieve. Our next caller would be Manny Rodriguez, followed by Kate Eggert.
Before Manny goes ahead, Commissioner Alschel had a question for Genevieve.
Genevieve.
Yes, Mr. Alschel, Commissioner Alschel.
Are you aware of the fact that Mr. Alulian's project on Doheny, the site was entitled for a congregate care facility?
No, I was not aware.
Be aware.
Okay, thank you.
Manny Rodriguez, please go ahead.
Manny Rodriguez, West Hollywood. This project on Palm Avenue will provide a housing need that doesn't currently exist in West Hollywood. It is well designed, low impact, rejuvenates the historic bungalows, and gives them a new and unique purpose in an appropriate setting. You can't ask for anything better. Quality senior assisted living in West Hollywood is being offered to us for the first time. This project fundamentally speaks to and fulfills our city's commitment to the Aging and Community Initiative. It cannot be ignored that our seniors are often forced to leave the city they love when they've reached a point in their lives when they need help. We've seen this happen time and time again to too many residents. The proposed Palm Avenue assisted living facility checks all the boxes. It is supported by experts in the field of preservation. It will be run by an experienced operator. It meets all the city's zone and code requirements, and it is beautifully designed by one of our most thoughtful local architects. I encourage you to unanimously approve this very special project. It's good for West Hollywood, and it's something that will actually help people.
Thank you, Manny. Kate Eggert is our next speaker, followed by Kathy Blavis. Go ahead, Kate.
Kate, thanks. Kate Eggert, North Hollywood, a resident of West Hollywood, though, for about 18 years. So I'm speaking specifically on behalf of the LCRs located at 927 and 931 Palm Ave. And so now the city wants a senior memory center from 923 and 931. Okay, great. But please be mindful of the two local cultural resources at 927 and 931, and especially be mindful to the rent stabilized folks who live in the homes and at 923 Palm Ave. So, and I also need to say something about what Ed Levin said about the resolution City Council voted on for 927 and 931. My wife and I were the applicants of that nomination. And the resolution that City Council voted on was for them to be local cultural resources, period. That's it. What he was saying to you regarding the lots they sit on and the additions, which were actually done within the period of significance, was meant to be misleading. City Council did not direct staff to change the resolution. I'm assuming he's just saying this to get the setback the applicant wants. So, okay. And then on the two HBC votes that have happened on this project, the first one was a denial, 4-1, and then the second one was a 3-3. So 2 times the HPC voted down this project and its treatment of the designated LCRs. So as designated LCRs, any proposed alteration, restoration, construction, anything, a whole part, requires review and issuance of a COA by the HPC. So the HPC said no twice to the COA and no to the mitigated, the MND. So the redevelopment as proposed will strip the integrity quite literally when the designated LCR siting is demolished and changed to match the new development. This is in direct violation of the Secretary's standards of rehabilitation. These repairs and alterations must not damage or destroy materials, features, or finishes that are important in defining the building's historical character. I have a lot of stuff here, but anyway, I need to I'll get to the point. Leave you with this. This is the Secretary of Interior and Standards for Rehabilitation. The new work shall be, thank you. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. I'm asking you, please have this applicant do an EIR. This project is far too large and has too many significant impacts to not have an EIR. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. Our next caller will be Kathy Blavis, followed by Zane Wolf.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Kathy. Go ahead. You have
Good
3
evening.
minutes.
Good evening. This is Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I'd like to just say this. I do not oppose nor disregard the need for a congregate care facility in our community. That's not what this is about for me. I'm concerned about aspects of honoring the historic designation of these bungalows, which is a concern of the Planning Commission as well. And it's exemplified in your section 14 in your draft resolution. And I shall paraphrase with regard to time. The proposed work will neither adversely affect the significant architecture features of the cultural resource nor adversely affect the character or historic architectural aesthetic interest or value of the cultural resource and its site. There's been a big deal made over the fact that council designated the exterior of the building. I don't see how one can separate. Even though council in their discussion did in fact ask, and I believe it was Councilmember D'Amico, does designation mean that the properties cannot be developed? The answer by city city attorney was no, it can be developed. But they never specifically said, well, in that case, the property doesn't matter. It's an assumption. And, in terms of the burden of the owner to rehabilitate these properties, I understand that. I understand the cost of that. But this owner did not come in and all of a sudden find out after the fact that these properties were historic. He specifically bought historic properties. And it seems to me it's an onus of an owner to maintain and rehabilitate a property that is historic. I understand the cost involved. I'm hoping that these properties will be restored to their magnificence. But again, a huge part of this for me is the massing, the spatial relationship specifically with the rear L shape of the building being 10 feet from the back of the historic properties. Just looking to see if there's anything else that I need to add. Again, with regard to Kate's standard 9 from the Secretary of the Interior, it does state that the new work will be differentiated from the old, will be compatible with historic materials, feature, size, scale, and proportion massing to protect the integrity of the property and its environment. Those 3 properties were not compromised in terms of their spatial relation, in terms of their backyard. It's what's built around them. And now something else is being built on that property around them. Before I go, John Alshel, you will be missed. And I know you'll be there for guidance for any number of people, myself included. Thank you very much. Everyone, stay safe.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next caller is Zane Wolf, to be followed by Roy Oldenkamp. Go ahead, Zane, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Commissioners. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, great. Hi, Planning Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak at today's hearing. This is a poorly designed, ill-conceived project that Dillon Investments is proposing. I would firstly like to mention that this project does not belong on Palm Avenue, where there are multiple single-family homes and apartment buildings in the area. And there is no facility/business like this anywhere in our neighborhood. This is the wrong project for the site that they chose to have the senior care facility on. There are much better options on Santa Monica Boulevard where this project is not ruining the tranquil beauty of Palm Avenue. Some of the biggest concerns I came across while looking over the plans for the facility are in the event of a necessary evacuation. What concerns us is there's only one elevator and stairwell. How could 49 senior lost patients who use assisted devices such as walkers, wheelchairs, and gurneys be safely evacuated in the necessary evacuation? medical personnel, maintenance workers, cooks, and the patients, friends, relatives will be visiting this facility. Yet they only have 25 parking spaces. This is all on top of having almost no street parking available with the density of tenants in the surrounding apartments and having traffic along the street almost all throughout the day. Where do they plan on having all their people park their vehicles? The building plans also do not have any designated nursing stations, nor does it have a record-keeping storage facility for the paperwork of the patients. The street is narrow. Okay, I got one more thing. As we have seen in our backyard, the Sunset Gordon Towers, aka the old spaghetti factory, this 299-unit development sits majestically on Sunset Boulevard, as well as a Target store, which was developed on Sunset and Western. There are examples of when developers seeking approval for multi-million-dollar developments are less than truthful when submitting their applications and supporting blueprints, reports, and documents. Unfortunately, it is during final inspection that these inaccuracies reveal themselves. This is why Sunset Gordon Towers has been sitting vacant for years. This project has been in the works for 6+ years, and one would expect all the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed. I believe that this project will end up like the spaghetti factory due to the mistakes in the blueprint. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Zane. Our next caller, Roy Odenkirk, to be followed by RJ DiCamillo.
Hi, Roy Oldenkamp, City of West Hollywood. Just wanted to say briefly, I've whittled my statement down because other people have already said a few of these things. I'd like to thank Commissioner John Altschul for 24 years of service, and now he's going to be known as the Oracle of WeHo Planning Commission, so expect those calls, John. Regarding the Palm project, the primary factor here is that the new structure is not subordinate to the historic resource. The HPC concluded such. These two small, vital City of Sherman contiguous thematic grouping bungalows are loomed over by a massively oversized project. This is similar to Tara, 1343 North Laurel, where the developer's project was about the same size. He tried to hide the massing incongruously with metal screens of painted leaves, and the project was still looming, far too large and massive, and Tara was a 2-story building with a pitched roof. Poway Farms and garden complexes elsewhere make much more sense for this project. Also, in the context of location, this project is poorly placed, with no access alley, a large congregation of visitors expected during popular visiting hours, all requiring cars, and the potential for gridlock on this small residential side street. This is not the place for a large medical facility. It will overshadow the 1-story unique Betty Way street, including an apartment pool, and that's right behind the property, and the bungalows themselves in shadow all and every afternoon. A tiny walkway is all patients have for exercise. The large rear trees will be destroyed. I dispute that the siting is not significant to the lifestyle of Old Sherman. This is not just a 12 to 14 unit neighborhood, as Mr. Gruber has said. Many individual bungalows remain on this street. Our heritage must be kept within its historic context. The proposed rehab work can most certainly be covered by the Mills Act. It is the developer's obligation to care for historic resources, and the latest developer purchaser knew this upon consideration of purchase. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller will be RJ, followed by Susanna Miller.
Hi, this is RJ. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to speak against this project. I do want to say that, yes, I agree that something like this is needed in WeHo, but I agree with everyone else who said not at this location. I'm all for senior housing. I'm tired of the argument from people that someone brought up earlier that this is going to benefit me, a 30-year resident of West Hollywood who is going to need very soon senior housing. I've heard nothing about this project where it's going to be limited to residents of West Hollywood, to where it's going to be a waiting list of people in West Hollywood. No one from outside of West Hollywood is going to be allowed to apply to live there. So I'm tired of that argument. I also want to bring up the, saying that they're going to rehabilitate the 2 historic buildings on the site. The developers are the ones responsible for them falling into disrepair because they bought this project They bought that site because they wanted to put a development on it, and they have let those things fall to ruin. So they do not get credit or bonus points for rehabilitating them or maintaining them or bringing them back. They are the reason that they're in the state that they're in. And I just want to say again about traffic on Palm, not just 3 shifts of workers there, plus the residents, plus visitors, and all of that additional traffic on a very narrow street, but just you could expect for a residence like this with compromised residents that there are going to be more calls to 911. That street cannot handle like ambulances and fire trucks constantly up and down there. It's ridiculous. That street is so narrow, adding that type of traffic on top of it. And I just want to end with quality of life for the people living in the building, that, you know, that street itself, like you can't even have, and I have walked people up and down that street in wheelchairs. You cannot have someone going up Palm towards that building in a wheelchair and have someone coming down and not have to move someone out into the street. Like that sidewalk is not conducive to that. It is not, you know. So anyway, I said everything I wanted to say. Thank you for listening. I'm done.
Thank you, RJ. Our next caller will be Susanna Miller. Hi, Susanna, you have 3 minutes. Susanna, are you there? Do your *6 for that we can hear you.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
We can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes, Susanna.
Hello. My name's Susanna Miller. I'm a resident and owner in West Hollywood since 1986. I'm speaking on behalf of the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, and I serve on the board. Unfortunately, much of the has changed during the past 3 years to lessen concerns that both the Historic Preservation Commission and the community have previously raised about the massing, the height, the look, and the feel, and the impact on cultural resources and on the environment of this project in our historic Old Sherman neighborhood. The HPC first voted 4-1, and we've already heard of that, about 4-1 to 3-3. But you should consider the resolution to approve the project. You should reject the resolution to approve the project because the proposed development does not meet the National Park Service's guidelines on new construction within the boundaries of historic property. Those guidelines say that new construction should not be permitted on the same property if the new construction would obscure, damage, or destroy the character-defining features of the building on the site. Such new construction should not remove landscape features that are important in defining the historic character of the setting, as we're hearing that would be done, such as the vegetation and open space that have been present on the property since the days of Old Sherman. Federal Standard 9 for rehabilitation as a treatment says that related new construction will not destroy historic materials and features and spatial relationships that characterize the property. The new work should be compatible with the historic materials, features, size, scale, and proportion and massing to protect the integrity of the property and its environment. It's important to note that the parcels of land upon which these 2 historic bungalows sit are themselves rare remaining examples of residential life on relatively large plots of undeveloped land that were typical in Old Sherman. The West Hollywood Preservation Association believes that the setting has not been compromised as the resolution of the findings state. Furthermore, a city architect's report for your commission design review subcommittee stated that from a scale perspective, the building looms over the bungalows and the form of the structures is a block mass. Looms and block mass are not terms that instill public confidence. Let's preserve the only historic structures themselves and the last vestiges of the physical and spatial environment of Old Sherman. Please do not approve this ill-conceived project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susanna. Our next caller is Chrissy Gosney, followed by Victor Omolchenko. Go ahead, Chrissy. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Christy Gosney. I'm a resident of West Hollywood now, but I was a resident, North Hollywood. I was a resident of West Hollywood for 17 years. I researched, wrote, and presented the local cultural resource nomination of 927 and 931 Palm Avenue with Kate Eggert. We are preservation consultants. I have to say first, the discussion, findings, and vote that took place in the HPC when these properties were made LCRs is being grossly misrepresented by Mr. Levin. 927 and 931 Palm were made LCRs, period. That is the record. Hindsight, wishful thinking does not change that. I'm speaking on behalf of the local cultural resources located at 927 and 931 Palm Avenue. I too am in favor of the building of senior memory centers, but I also ask you to please be mindful of the two local cultural resources at 927 and 931 Palm. There's a mantra about real estate that goes location, location, location. It can be said that the mantra of historic properties and preservation is integrity, integrity, integrity. Integrity is everything. Generally, if a property does not have significant integrity, it cannot be designated as historic. There are 7 aspects of integrity that must be evaluated before a property can be deemed historic. These aspects are location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, filling, and association. The 2 protected properties at 927 and 931 Palm are part of the Sherman Thematic District. To qualify for the Sherman Thematic Districts, the properties need to be from the Sherman era and have high integrity reflecting original Sherman. The proposed redevelopment will strip the designated properties of a significant portion of their integrity by removing all of the original Sherman era siding from the 2 properties and replacing it with new siding. Taking out the original siding and replacing it with new will remove much of the critical integrity aspects of materials, workmanship, filling, and association. The development also proposes to demolish the Sherman-era additions made to the protected resources at 927 and 931, which will alter the integrity and historic character of the protected properties. The redevelopment also will not provide enough setback, with a looming 4-story development destroying the integrity of place and filling and changing the physical record of the protected properties' time, place, and use. Please consider requiring an EIR on this project. But if you vote yes tonight, please put yourself on the record as being against the stripping away of all the integrity from the 2 protected properties at 920 from the 2 protected properties at 927 and 931 Palm Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Our next caller will be Victor Omolchenko, followed by the last 4 digits of your phone number. The caller on hold will be 4509. Go ahead, Victor. Victor?
That's great, CT.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes, Victor.
Uh-oh, speaking of which. Yeah, she's doing that.
I'm sorry. It looks like, oh, there we go. Never mind.
Okay, Victor, we can't hear you. I'm going to go on to the next caller. We'll get you on the next one in. To the caller, your last 4 digits are 4509. Please go ahead and mute, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name.
This is Wael Bashar. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name again, please. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Wael Bashara from the city, and I work as a civil engineer for the city of Los Angeles. I oppose the project, and I sent a letter to the commissioner. And today, what I would like to do is actually go over an email that was sent by Eric Blad today at 5:20 p.m. And I would like to say that the developers are asking for a waiver. That's not a term used by the West Hollywood Municipal Code. According to the West Hollywood Municipal Code, Chapter 19, there's two terms. There's a modification and there's a variance. A deviation of up to 10% is considered a modification. Anything beyond 10% is considered a variance, and it requires a variance application. And that cannot be waived through rehabilitation incentives, because rehabilitation incentives say that you don't, the chapter on rehabilitation incentives, they state that you don't need to fill out any other application. However, application for a permit. However, a variance is not a permit. So a variance cannot be waived through rehabilitation incentives. The project here specifically is asking for the front first story, the required setback is 20 feet. The project is providing 15 feet. That's a 25% deviation, more than 10%. For the front second upper stories, the required setback is 26 feet. The project is providing 15. That's 55% deviation. And there is chapter 19.20.15, which is stated in Eric Blatt's email, lists any exemptions that can be used for the setback requirements. And it lists 3 different exemptions, but none of them are rehabilitation incentives. So you absolutely need a variance application. Beyond that, I'm going to read this quote from the email. Moreover, even if another exemption is found in the code, rehabilitation incentives can only apply to 2 parcels that contain the historic buildings, but not the third parcel, the south parcel. Legally, those are 3 separate parcels. In reviewing numerous development plans for different municipalities, I have never seen a property pass on its waived setback requirements to another property. If you notice chapter 19.58.150, which is the chapter on rehabilitation incentives, always uses property and never properties. Reading the chapter with that in mind makes it clearer that those incentives are only for each individual property with the cultural resources. The treatment of the third parcel with no historical building and no basis to receive rehabilitation incentives is what Government Code 65906 refers to as granting of a special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon which other properties in the vicinity and zone in which such property is situated. The special privilege benefits that parcel in terms of setback units and parking. So what this is saying is that the 2 parcels that have a historical building may receive rehabilitation incentive, but the third parcel, the last parcel that does not have a historical building may not receive rehabilitation incentives. So this project would have to go through major revision, and that's a state law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Our next caller will be Victor Omolchenko, followed by, it looks like our last caller will be, your phone number is ending in 6624. You'll be up next. Victor, go ahead.
Thank you. Victor Omolchenko of West Hollywood. And disclosure here, I do currently serve on the board of the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, and I knew you heard from our other board member, Susanna Miller, earlier. But tonight I'm sharing individual concerns that go beyond historic. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you. Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Preservation. Looking back somewhat, I find it extremely strange that no notice of the October 15th hearing appeared in the usual venue, the Park La Brea Beverly Press that comes to us, to so many of us, for this kind of public noticing. We get that in our Thursday LA Times. You know, the hearing you held 2 weeks ago on the proposed digital billboard above the historically designated building at 8743 Sunset Boulevard, that was publicly noticed in the Beverly Press of October 1. Why wasn't the October 15th public hearing for this much more complicated and controversial development on Palm Avenue also noticed in the Beverly Press on October 1? Section 4 of the resolution states that a notice was advertised on the city's website and the city's Channel 6. That's not enough, in my opinion, and does not follow longstanding procedures. You know, just 2 nights ago, I was in the neighborhood and I walked by the property just as you did as our commissioners, and I saw a city sign posted that showed October 15, 2020 as the public hearing date. But you had continued that hearing to today, and the community was grateful. But why was this sign not updated so that more members of the public could become aware of this continuance? Is such updating not the city's responsibility for staff to say that they met a legal requirement and updated the continuance on the city's website? That just seems pretty inadequate. And I want to thank Commissioner Hoopengarner for talking and mentioning and bringing up the issue of noticing policy. I think that really, truly needs to be improved. Now to the big elephant in the house. Let's talk about affordable housing. Let's talk about, if approved, this development will remove 7 rent-stabilized dwelling units from the city's affordable housing stock. What do we get in return? A for-profit private congregate senior living facility, and the average cost of memory care in the LA area is now $5,722 per month. Is that affordable to many of our folks in West Hollywood? You know, the staff documents continuously mention housing for senior citizens. What about housing for West Hollywood senior citizens? There was a drug rehab center called CLEAN, K-L-E-A-N, that was approved. It was stipulated, there was an agreement between the city and CLEAN to provide 3 to 4 of the 16 units for lower income West Hollywood residents needing addiction treatment. While the developer gets 49 units because of various density bonus on a site that is zoned for only 22 units, we the citizens lose 7 rent stabilized units. That's not good. I believe you can exercise discretion. So please explore having 7 of the 49 units set aside for low to moderate income West Hollywood residents. That would be true aging in place, aging in community. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, David, for the little extra time.
Our next caller, it looks like our last caller. If there's anybody else on the line here that wants to speak, hit *9 so that we can get you in. The last 4 digits, 6624. Please go ahead, state your name.
Okay, I'm here and I'm Dee Roberts. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you, Dee. Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, hello. I'd like to start by saying that we all agree that we need senior care in our community, of course. But let's get clear and let's refocus. This is the wrong location. It's historic, but why is it historic? It's the very first homes, not some of the first homes. These are the very first homes built in Sherman 118 years ago. And who is it that we're looking to take care of these? The developer who says that they are going to completely restore it. On their website, Dylan brags that that our mantra is for the last 20 years to find the best mismatches between price and value. The Dylan Investments team has a deep focus and resume and their unique background in qualitatively and quantitatively valuing a distressed property, and delivers value to its investors and boasts over $2 billion of property and delivers more than 40% profit margins. These people who say that they are going to completely rehabilitate those homes have left those homes and their renters zero, and I mean zero, maintenance over the last 15 years. There are 36 code violations with the City Code Violations Department. Take a look at that. Please check out who we are saying that we would trust with all of this, because I believe this to be predatory and opportunistic. It doesn't belong in this area, and we cannot trust the people who are misleading and have already been extremely abusive with their own tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Chair, that looks like that is our last speaker for the evening, for this item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone for calling in and sharing their opinions. We will now give 5 minutes to the applicant for rebuttal.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things. I'd like to address a few things that were raised here. One is that You heard someone speaking about modifications versus variances versus whatever. I think you need to trust staff's analysis more than someone coming in and reading our code cold for the first time. The staff has properly analyzed the project. They are properly discussed.
Just one moment.
James, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's where I was going.
They properly analyzed this project, and you're basically looking at a staff's recommendation, and their recommendation is that we meet all the criteria for the requests that we've made. You need to trust staff more than you trust someone randomly coming in and looking at our code and trying to analyze it. The second thing is, regarding the historic designations here, these were designated on my motion when I was sitting on HPC back in 2013. Talking about what the maintenance has been over the past 15 years is utterly irrelevant. This is not the same owner as owned the properties when they were designated in 2013. The designation was not being misrepresented. These were designated despite the fact they had lost setting integrity. They had lost their context. That is clear in the resolution for Historic Preservation Commission. It's clear in the tapes. It's clear in the minutes. There was no question about this. When council looked at this, they heard the same thing. They said, what does this mean? And they were told by staff at that point, Stephanie Reich, that the site could be redeveloped as long as the two bungalows were not destroyed, that they were not in fact removed. I have no idea there was some bizarre comment about we're replacing all the siding. This is not true. There's a historic rehabilitation plan prepared by one of the top consultants in this area, says nothing of the sort. You have two qualified historic consultants, Rincon and Chattel Inc. Both of them are telling you, based on their professional expertise, that this project meets the Secretary of Interior's standards. You are hearing opinion otherwise. You are not hearing otherwise from qualified consultants. The evidence that you have says this meets the Secretary of Interior's standards and therefore does not have impacts under CEQA on the resources. We really need to talk about senior housing here. I'm really sick and tired of hearing, yes, senior housing's great, but it belongs somewhere else. Let's put it on Santa Monica Boulevard. Let's put it on a commercial boulevard. I don't usually get personal in situations like this. I was a caregiver for 10 years. My wife, for the last few years, was in and out of about 4 or 5 assisted living facilities, most of which are a half notch above crimes against humanity. All of them were on streets like Fairfax, San Vicente, Santa Monica Boulevard. They were all on commercial streets. They were not in residential neighborhoods. They were terrible environments. These facilities like this belong in residential neighborhoods. That's where people deserve to be able to age with some dignity and not simply be warehoused on a commercial street where the only exercise they could get is walking up and down a commercial sidewalk. This project is well designed. It serves this community. It is about time that we stepped up. We talk about community. We talk about community values all the time, and we don't do a damn thing about them. The last assisted living facility that was built anywhere in this town was built in 1969. It's about time that we built a facility. This is appropriate to this site. It meets the Secretary of Interior standards for existing next to historic, wrapping around the historic bungalows. And it's about time that we really put our money where our mouths is as far as community values are concerned. We haven't built this. We're proposing to build an excellent facility with a great operator, a terrific owner, and it's about time that somebody said yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will leave the public hearing open in case any commissioners have questions for for the applicant or anyone else as we move forward. I want to throw an idea out to the commission, and you all can reject this if you don't want to. But we have so many areas of discretion on this particular item that we're trying to sift through, from the negative declaration, certificate of appropriateness, demolition, development permits, including the rehabilitation incentives and modification, and a conditional use permit. I'm wondering if it makes sense just to go through those in order so that we can talk about each one individually, and that might help staff manage rewriting the resolution if we ask for changes. Would that work for folks, or do we want to talk about all of them at once? Commissioner Hoopengarner?
I like the approach. I've often discussed it in other hearings. I think it's a way to break it down. I would like us, though, however, to be able to continue with some key questions that might overarch multiple areas first, and then we could break it down in terms of our discussion around each one. That would be my recommendation.
I think that's a great recommendation. So let's really not get into deliberation quite yet, but start with some questions that are overarching, and then we'll just, because I think a couple of those, just a guess, you could all surprise me, we'll get through fairly easy, but the others, we might have to have more conversations. So let's start with questions, and Commissioner Jones.
I don't have a question I don't want to start with a question. I was just going to say, my preference would be that we talk about the project as a whole. And because we're being asked to, part of our discussion this evening is making sure that we're considering the project as a whole. And, the resolution does have these different component parts. I think we can break them out as is necessary, but I don't know that we can talk about them each in and of themselves in a vacuum, if you will. So I'm open to discussion on this, but I just want to make sure that we're taking into consideration all of the I want to take a holistic approach to considering this.
I agree with Stacy.
Okay. I saw Commissioner Caballero shaking his head as well. So just an idea. We will approach it holistically then. With that, who would like to begin?
Are we still doing questions?
Yeah.
I have questions for the staff. Antonio, there's been a lot of talk about traffic and the impact that it would have on Palm Avenue. What are the trips per day numbers for this type of facility versus the trips per day for a typical apartment building that would be built on this property if this project wasn't approved?
Okay, yes, thank you, Commissioner Caballero. So the CEQA document identifies the trips. I don't have that open here. However, the way this is assessed is it looks at overall daily trips, and then also focuses on morning and afternoon or evening peak hours. A 49 unit facility. This facility would have approximately 209 daily trips, whereas a multifamily would have approximately 291. Morning peak trips, this type of facility would have 12, whereas a typical residential would have 18. Evening would have 15 versus an apartment would have 22. So this type of facility would have less vehicle trips per the manual for determining.
That's not including the employees, is it?
That focuses on the type of facility, and I think our CEQA consultant Suzanne can assist me with how that's analyzed.
Sure. So we use the congregate care facility trip generation rate, which came out to 99 trips per day. And that does, for a facility like that, that's assuming that it would be for employees. If you want me to, we can get into the peak hour trips would be 9 peak hour trips. So that's also assuming that there would be the schedules for the employees would vary. So it wouldn't necessarily be a lot of peak hour trips. So it would in general be less than a multifamily or even a senior housing facility.
Can I ask a related question?
I think most of these employees are generally on 12-hour shifts.
So speaking to that, for 49 units, what is the state requirement for the staffing for this facility? How many, we're looking at 49 residents, their guests, and then how many staff are required to be in this facility at any one time?
There's technically not a specific ratio. The state mandates that staffing is as appropriate for the varying acuity of the residents. So if you had residents with very light cognitive impairment and no physical infirmities, you could have a lower staff ratio. That said, we anticipate that we would have daytime staffing in the low 20s, evening approximately 15, and 5 overnight staff.
And 29 parking spaces. So your daytime staff of 20 and 29 total parking spaces?
That's correct. We would anticipate, and what we typically see in our communities is approximately 70% automobile usage by our staff members. We encourage carpooling and also try and locate near public transportation. So that's something that we do encourage. None of these residents will drive. There may be an automobile that comes. We could certainly discourage that, but none of these residents will be driving. Additionally, during the day, just to fill in the blanks here, we would have, there's approximately 1 delivery per day. That would be for food and various supplies. Those would come underground and unload in the garage and then depart. So there would be no street parking associated with that. We would hope to encourage lots of family visits, but given our experience that the resident population here will very likely be from within 1.5 to 2 miles, we would anticipate that there would also be a lot of foot traffic associated with families coming to visit. Those are our primary traffic generators.
Commissioner Buckner?
Yeah, you don't have any requirement that the residents come from the city of West Hollywood.
No, you are
driving in to visit.
Pardon me?
Well, there could be quite a few people driving in to visit.
Oh, it's entirely possible. Yes.
Doctors will be there making rounds, social workers, people that aren't really staff, but who have business there to support the services that are going to be provided to the residents.
We would typically anticipate for a community of this size, and just as a reference point, Cadence Living's first community was a 48-unit assisted living and memory care in the city of Orange. So we know precisely how this is staffed and the comings and goings associated with that community. We would expect to see between 5 and 10 outside vendors visit on a daily basis. Understanding that our programming addresses virtually all of the activities of daily living, food, housekeeping, all of the things that the residents need. These additional vendors can be a specialty medical type device because we're not providing those specific types of services.
Right. And speech therapists or physical therapists and all kinds of people, correct?
You would have some of those types of third-party vendors, yes. And so we would expect to see somewhere, as I said, between 5 and 10 visits from outside vendors on a daily basis.
So are the parking spaces that are being provided, are 5 to 10 of them being used for visitors or people that come in to do business there and then leave? Where are they going to park?
Well, they would park there during the day. These vendors are in and out. They're typically in the community for an hour or so. So as with the visitation. So I'm anticipating that I'm going to guess you're going to have 12 to 15 staff vehicles at the peak hour during the day. And then we'll have approximately 10 or 14 spaces available. And that's based on my history with communities in the LA area.
And is your staff staggered that they come in at different hours, or is it like a hospital where the nurses work a 12-hour shift and then the new people come in and they hand over and give notes about what happened during the day, so forth?
There's an element of that. I call it feathering in. So we don't do just a hard shift change. We'll bring some people in about an hour before that, but there are typically 3 shifts. So 7 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 11 p.m. Those are the primary changes, but that staff change will occur plus or minus an hour before those times, precisely for these kinds of reasons.
All right, that's all I have right now.
I had one more parking / traffic related question. Maybe we can keep these to thematic groups. So normally when we have a new residential development these days, there's language in the CUP that says they're not entitled to street parking permits, residential permits, that they're only allowed some temporary permits. I couldn't find that language in these resolutions, and I wondered what the application of that law would be here.
Commissioner Hoopengar, I was just looking for the same thing, so I'm interested in the answer as well.
Who's going to speak to that?
Yeah, sorry about that, commissioners. Yeah, that condition is that condition applies for residential tenants in a typical apartment or condominium type of development. For this type of facility, they don't get the same types of parking passes, like the 50 per year. And so forth, because it's not a typical residential type of development. So that condition is not included here in your draft resolution.
But to be clear, if you're a resident of this city, you are entitled to apply for a parking permit. I have one, I'm sure my colleagues do, that you stick on your windshield, and it's a precious thing. And we have 49 residents of this building that would theoretically qualify to apply for one of those stickers and or 2 additional parking passes that they could give to their kids, their families. And this current resolution says nothing to that.
That Commissioner, that is a condition that we can add if you desire. It wasn't included for the reasons that I had explained, but it's something that can be included if you so desire.
Well, to, I think, a number of our public speakers' comments, my first apartment was across the street at Villa Francesca in 1985. I know this street well. It is a nightmare. And potentially having 49, and okay, so maybe only a few, but that many more parking permits, et cetera, et cetera. I think we need to be very conscious about this, because where there's a will, there's a way.
An easy condition that we could cut and paste from another resolution, I would imagine. A couple questions, piggybacking on something that Commissioner Buckner was asking about. These units are not, none of them are reserved for West Hollywood residents. Is there any ability that we would have, I believe on other residential projects, we've been advised that that's not legal, but would we be able to ask that a certain number of these be set aside for West Hollywood residents?
I would defer that question to the city attorney if Ms. Langer can chime in on the legality behind that.
Yes, sorry, I was trying to unmute on different devices. That's typically not a requirement that we impose on conditions. I'm sorry, on projects. It's not something that's required in our municipal code. And this is a different type of project. This is a congregate care facility. It's not even a standard building of independent dwelling units. This is a facility. So I don't see our ability to be able to require that a private operator include a certain amount of units for West Hollywood residents, because they have a business model and they have needs, and they fill those units based on factors that we don't have any information on at this moment.
Okay, shifting gears, I have one other question, and it's in regard to the person who was mentioning about, and we got an email about this as well, about the variances versus waivers versus modifications. My reading, and I want to make sure I understand this correctly, is that 1958-150 from the municipal code that talks about rehabilitation incentives says that one of the incentives allowed is a reduction in development standards. Is that just kind of the catch-all that what the caller was mentioning about waivers and variances? I think it's kind of caught under that particular clause, or is there somewhere else that it's
no, you're correct.
Like the setbacks, basically.
Correct. You are correct, Chair Bass. The rehab incentive does allow for deviating from development standards, and in this case, it has those two deviations. One being the setback that you just mentioned.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we caught it someplace and it wasn't a variance or anything. Because I know, like the color, there's a lot of places in our code that talks about these things, and I'm usually a stickler for them, so I want to make sure we catch them all. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, the caller's right. You have to have some mechanism to deviate from a development standard. But unique in our West Hollywood Municipal Code is this provision that for rehabilitation of a resource, we allow for reductions in development standards. So it's another type of mechanism that we provide for in our code in addition to modifications and variances.
Okay, I want to know where it was falling, and that makes sense to me. So are there other questions, or should we start deliberation at this point in time? Because I believe my questions are over. Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Yes, I have a fair few. Okay. So this is a staff question, and I don't know if Mr. Noonan is still on the phone call, but normally in the staff reports, when we are demolishing existing housing, we have a component of the staff report that speaks to the existing residents and the characterization of the existing residents. Now, I realize that 2 of those buildings are not being demolished, but the third one is. And I don't know that we've spoken to that third residence. And so I don't even know where this count of 7 affordable people has come from, because I can't see it broken out by the various properties and what the normal income analysis is that we would have in this kind of a scenario. So is Mr. Noonan still on the phone? Can he speak to that?
Commissioner, I don't believe Pete Noonan is still with us.
I hope he's with us.
Don't think he's on
Not
the
with
Zoom
us
call.
in our Zoom room.
Don't panic.
These days you got to ask.
So, Tony, did you want to take that, or do you?
Yeah, so just the breakdown, the breakdown that there's seven units, 4 at the 923 property, 1 at the 927, and 2 at 931. There's the bungalow and then a rear house. So that's the breakdown of the 7 units.
And the reason that there isn't a breakdown of the income levels and things that we normally have in terms of replacement is because this isn't considered a housing project. This is a facility. It's a little bit different. So it's handled a little bit differently in terms of what we would normally see for a normal apartment building or condo building.
That's true, but we are still demolishing 7 residential units. So I'm wondering how the code applies. I think, you know, I guess if you were to build a hotel here, would that not, the standard not apply either, because you're destroying residential units, but you're building commercial, so it doesn't matter? Is that how our code works?
It's how the state law is written. It applies to housing development projects.
Okay, so basically we don't get to choose. Okay. So I think we spoke to how affordable these are. I think I heard someone speculate that they were over $5,000 per month per unit. Do we have an understanding, I guess, back to the affordability and how this is going to be available to our citizens? Do we have any of that information?
That would be a question that the applicant operator would be able to assist us with.
Does the applicant want it? Okay.
Yeah, and James, feel free as well here. We have not finalized the actual rates, pending getting all of the construction numbers, et cetera. The rates that were mentioned are absolutely accurate as far as an average in the state of California for memory care. Assisted living can be a bit lower, and our pricing strategy typically with assisted living is to have a rental component that would include the basics of assisted living, and then each individual would have the opportunity to buy additional services on an a la carte basis depending on their personal need. So our base rent is reflective of state minimum requirements for assisted living. With regards to memory care, it's very, very typical that is more of a bundled rate is what we would call it, and that there aren't individual assessments, as the care is so hands-on and so personalized in a memory care setting that we don't find it to be productive or appropriate to try and say we're doing this for this person, we're doing that for the next person. It's very much a community-based care system within memory care, which is something we very much encourage. And I wanted to say, and I think that's something to remember about this entire program that we're starting here. These neighborhoods are and when I say neighborhoods, I'm talking about the neighborhood within each floor, so that the residents walk out into these common areas. that's a neighborhood within this community, which is our assisted living and memory care community, which is designed to be a community within the community of West Hollywood. We feel that this is a hyper local business, and we staff and provide the services looking specifically to the unique characteristics, wants, needs, and personality of the locations. It's why Cadence is so excited about this particular building. We feel that it just really addresses the neighborhood in that way, and it's not that community on Fairfax that's got the cars whizzing by. It's a continuation of the individual's personal life in this residential setting, and that's just wanted to give you a little bit of our Cadence philosophy there as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My next question is back to Tony and staff, and this is about some of the findings in the resolutions. And that is on page 15 of the resolution 2013-67. There's a statement that as proposed, the height of the new construction conforms to the Secretary's standards and does not appear to adversely impact the designated cultural resources. Help me understand where that height is established and where that is addressed in the standards.
Sure, Commissioner, I will ask for our consultants to assist with that question as well, as they focus on the historic component. We have Stephen Treffers from Rincon and Nels Youngboard from Chattel, as well as Mr. Chattel himself, Robert Chattel. Robert, you want to start, or Stephen?
Sure. This is Robert. This is Robert Chattel. Hopefully you can hear me. So we were asked specifically to look at the height of the new building on the site, and application of the Secretary's standards, as I like to say, is a balance of continuity and change. It requires interpretation that is intended to be consistent. The literal reading of the Secretary's standards does not explain the nuance of addressing the appropriateness of new construction in the setting of historic resources. So it needs to take into account a number of factors. So among those factors here are that the building immediately behind the property on Larrabee is a 4-story building. So in the setting, when viewing the new construction behind the historic resources, there's already a 4-story building. So you need to take that into account. And that is exactly the way state and federal reviewers would consider a project and apply the standards in the most rigorous of settings. So here, the new construction is set apart from the rear elevations of the historic resources appropriately. It's also masked in a particular way. It was helpful, I think, tonight to see the architect's rendering showing how the mass was broken up. So it's not just about height, it's also about how the fenestration and materials change to reduce its mass. But with respect to height, the height's already there from our perspective. So that's why we can find conformance with the Secretary's standards, which takes into account the project overall, not just the height. And our reports, I think, are clear. You have both our 2017 and 2020 memos that address the issue of height.
I guess my question, I was a little confused by the word "it conforms." It implies that there's a certain standard for height, and that's why I was confused by this finding that it says the height of the new construction conforms to the Secretary's standards.
Well, those are not my words. Our report actually says As the setting of the designated cultural resources has already been compromised, the new 4-story L-shaped building does not appear to adversely impact the cultural resources. I'm happy to hear staff from Rincon weigh in as well. But from our perspective, conformance with the Secretary standards takes into account the whole of the project, and our memo is clear with respect to other aspects.
Yes, and good evening, commissioners. I'd be happy to just expand a little bit on Rincon's analysis as it relates to historic resources. I'd echo a number of comments by Mr. Chattel that we looked at the project holistically. The standards ask, it is a nuanced approach that we take a look at it, not just specific elements, and not necessarily, it's not a metrics of X number of feet per se, but it comes from an understanding of the significance, both the significance of a property and then also the existing setting and surrounding setting. And so, as Mr. Chattel pointed out, not only is there the properties to the west that are 4 stories, but similarly, the properties to the north is a 5-story building, and to the south is a 4-story building. So again, the setting, as Mr. Levin was pointing out earlier, has been compromised. It had been compromised at the time of the designation. The Old Sherman thematic grouping was not identified as such as a historic district, such that there was intact setting. Rather, it is a grouping of properties that were reflective of the cities of Sherman's early residential development. And so with that in mind, again, the setting is less critical in the property's ability to convey its significance ultimately. And so for those reasons, the fact that the property, the proposed construction was set back again, the historic resources are not being physically touched in any way. We did not see that as being such that the properties would be no longer able to convey their significance. And lastly, I would just add that the spatial relationships are not only to the rear of the property, but to the front of the property and with one another. And so the spacings between the 2 residences is intact. The spatial relationships also relate to their interaction with the street. And so none of that would be affected ultimately by the proposed development.
Okay, thank you. So if I could, I'd like to go back to this whole business of, is this a residential project or is this a commercial project? How is this being classified? And therefore, what code applies to it?
The project is a residential facility, but it's not. Okay, so it's interesting because it doesn't fall under commercial per se, although there's some commercial components, but it's also not your typical residential housing facility. These are not dwelling units. So there is that hybrid, if you will, because of the types of assisted living services that are provided. They are housing units, but they're not dwelling units, if that makes sense.
Well, I guess the reason I'm asking is because we're being asked to apply code and our findings as relates to our code, and that is driven by the nature of the project that's being proposed. So, I'm going to tie this back to legal in terms of our question about the parking, et cetera, et cetera. I believe the clean unit that one of our residents brought up was required to comply with code, even though it was a commercial facility, but it was partially residential. So if it's residential, then don't we have a replacement requirement on the affordable housing? If it's commercial, back to the residential, the parking permits, commercial, well, wait a minute, this isn't zoned for commercial, so my head hurts.
My rear end hurts. And I
can't hear you, Lauren.
Lauren, we can't hear you.
told you I got to unmute on two different devices here. Okay. This is an unusual development. We do have standards in the code for senior congregate care housing facilities. So there are particular provisions in the code. That's where the senior bonus comes from. These units are not built as dwelling units. I think what Tony was referring to, they're not independent units. They don't have cooking facilities. The way they're not, they don't get building permits for each independent dwelling unit. It's built as a congregate care facility, and so that has slightly different requirements. For that reason, it's not considered housing. We're not getting RENA credits for these units. These are not independent units. It's a congregate care facility. So I wouldn't call it commercial. I wouldn't call it residential. I would say it's more of an institutional use. And so that's why I understand where it doesn't fall squarely into some of these requirements, but it's not a housing development project. It's an institutional congregate care facility, and it's built that way, and they're not built as independent dwelling units.
Okay. And I guess we're back to then what code applies, but go ahead. I'll have my colleagues go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Buckner.
But it's being used as a housing facility, and it's being built in a residential area, and it's only being allowed because it's multiple dwelling units of some sort. Jennifer,
can I
address
that? Can I respond to that quickly? This isn't something that is being made up on the fly by this project. This is something that is contemplated in the code. We have standards for it. We have it is allowed in the residential zone. It has a certain density. It has its performance standards and things like that. And those are the codes that we're applying to it. So, while it doesn't fit into the boxes that we're used to seeing, it has a box, and the box is already established in the code. So, I think we're comfortable with that aspect of it, that it does have its own set of standards that are being applied.
But the applicant wants
Does that help at all?
The applicant wants to set out to go outside that box and craft their own method of doing things by using some counts the way it favors them and some counts the way it doesn't favor them. They ignore. And what we used to call variances, they now want to call incentives to get rid of all the setback requirements. It just doesn't make any sense. You either have the setback requirements or you don't. And if you want a different setback, shouldn't you apply for a variance like the one speaker pointed out? No, they count up incentives, and it kind of sounds like these incentives are manufactured for their use in this project.
And so again, I would respond to that these are already established.
We have no more setbacks when it comes to this project. They got rid of all the setbacks by tallying up incentives that just don't seem to appear in the code.
Mr. Cavallero, you had your hand up a moment ago for a question.
I did. One of the public speakers mentioned materials, and replacement of materials, violates the cultural resource. So since we have our historic consultants, Stephen Treffers and Robert Chattel, I was in charge of the restoration of Los Angeles Union Station for a period of 7 years. And, what I know is materials that were used between 1910 and 1930, which spans the time that Union Station was actually built, are much better now than they are then. So, generally, and would it apply here, that if a material being replaced by another material, if it's visually the same, it doesn't alter the visual or the character of the building, it still retains its cultural resource qualifications or standing, does it not?
Well, my understanding, first off, is that, as Mr. Levin pointed out, is that there is the materials, the siding is not proposed to be removed. We did do, as part of our analysis, a peer review of the rehabilitation plan prepared by Historic Resources Group. And in our opinion, that certainly complies with the standard. It's a very detailed a plan that outlines how each treatment, each material should be treated as part of the rehabilitation of the properties. And you're correct that, again, the materials that were used generally on the buildings from this era are of a quality such that they generally last. So the standards recommend that you repair first and you replace in kind if that's not feasible. So as proposed in the plan, it is to repair the historic materials of the buildings. And if for any reason that would not be feasible, they would be replaced with a similar material in kind.
Great, great, thank you.
Well, while you're both here, I have a question about the removal of the back portion of 931. And I had a conversation about this afternoon with Mr. Levin. And my understanding is that there's some, even though something appears on the 1910 Sherman map that shows that portion of the building was there in 1910, that there's been some determination that it wasn't historic as it is now. And so can you kind of walk me through how they maintain their exterior integrity while removing a portion that appears on a map from 110 years ago?
So I'm happy to start. So with respect to the Sanborn fire insurance map that showed what appears to be a porch on the rear elevation, the primary elevation, the street facing elevation is always the most important part of a historic resource such as this is a house. The secondary elevations, in this case, the north, south, and west elevations would always have greater flexibility. If any part of that porch was particularly important, it had been infilled and altered in many ways over the years. So the notion that somehow that porch, which our report called a lean-to, something supported by the building but not self-supporting, is not something that we identified as significant. Again, primarily because it's not facing the street and it's been significantly altered.
And I'll just echo that. I have nothing to add. We came to a similar conclusion independently as well.
Thank you. Any additional questions? I am noting that we're nearing 11 o'clock at night, so.
Oh, golly.
I'm hoping we can bring this home.
Yes, yes. I think as far as questions go, the bulk of mine, I did have, excuse me, I do have a question of legal. We had one of our speakers stated that that the law requires the review and issuance of the COA by the HPC. It was my understanding that it's this body that is the actual final decider and subject to going to council, and that HPC is the advising body. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are instances where the HPC might be the final decision maker on a certificate of appropriateness, but if the larger project requires review by the Planning Commission, HPC only makes a recommendation and the Planning Commission is the decider on the certificate of appropriateness.
If our decision is not appealed, does it go to council anyway?
No. You are the decision-making body on this entire project, and it will only go to City Council on appeal.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. Sorry, there's a lot of notes here.
Is my dinner on your note list?
My last question is somewhat rhetorical, but to staff. How did the scale or massing change from 2017 to 2020? When HPC voted 4-1, that the scale and the mass was a problem. The most recent time it was a tie. We had recusals, people missing, etc. But I'm wondering, because from my layman's eye, I don't see any real changes in the scalar massing. So could you speak to that, Tony?
Sure. Yes, there were, in addition to the exterior material finishes, there were some changes to the massing on the along the portion where 923 property stands. So the front facing facade, there were some notches that were incorporated in order to reduce some of that massing on the third floor and fourth floor, in addition to adding the eyebrows or the awnings, and there was some revisions to the ground floor, the porch area fronting Palm. So those were the
Those are
major
largely
ones.
cosmetic, though. Those don't really, I mean, the cutouts do a little bit to the massing, but the overall scale, proportion, size massing, I just don't see any significant changes. I don't know, Sue, you have?
There were.
I'm concerned, frankly, I'm not addressing the same issues as you, Lynn, I'm sorry, but isn't there some rule that the meeting has to stop by 11 o'clock? And if not, if we can't make a decision, we have to continue? I'm gonna ask legal about this.
I thought we couldn't take on new items after 10:30.
I know there's some kind of rule. I'm not sure about it, so I'm checking.
And Lynn is right on that new items. I don't know what 11 o'clock has to means, but I don't recall.
Okay. Other than us all turning into pumpkins, but
the meeting's going past 11 o'clock.
Okay, that's
That
fine.
doesn't mean they have to.
We can keep going till 2 in the morning, I guess, on this one.
Please no. I'm sorry. I just want to be thorough. I think, you know, the amount of public turnout on this and comment, and I feel it's my, you know, our job to ask the questions, and I really want to understand it given the special nature of this project.
I agree. I think this is a very complicated project.
Well, and to be clear, when I called out the 11 o'clock, I would love to bring it home, but I do think only if we can get to a place where we feel like we've all been heard and everything's been hashed out. So keep going as long as we need to for quality. I didn't want to cut anyone off with that comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengartner, you're referencing the massing of the project that HPC voted 4-1 on, correct?
Yeah, the original vote was in 2017, and it, you know, was a project of X size and shape, and et cetera.
Yeah. I think what I recall, and having the old package here, is that the massing didn't change significantly. The only thing that changed was the exterior design language.
That was, and that's why I was asking staff, because in my lay opinion, I didn't see any significant change to the massing, the scale, the reference space to the existing bungalows. I did see, yes, different articulations, different materials, but I didn't see any significant changes.
Yeah, I mean, you're touching on a topic that I think is a community is very sensitive to. You know, for me, and I'm not sure if we're getting into deliberation, but I think it's a conversation worth having. Mm-hmm. What was originally proposed to HPC was a project that had a significant juxtaposition to the historic building. And HPC voted against that and gave them the direction to come back with something that was more compatible, you know? And I believe the building that's in front of us still has significant juxtaposition to the cultural resource that is more compatible and within, you know, the guidelines that we were working with. Yeah, so.
I would agree. I mean, we're, I guess, maybe into deliberations at this point, unless my colleagues have more questions.
Please.
I mean, you and I both were there for design review, and I think that the applicant did a very good job of taking our notes and incorporating them within the context of a thing that is still, I mean, we didn't discuss scale and massing because it wasn't our job in that respect. The applicant,
but we could have discussed massing in that. It was in design, when in design review we could discuss massing, but I think it goes back to the idea that the context has already been removed, the old Sherman context. So, you know, the buildings that are neighboring this property have already violated the original context. They're already 4 or 5 stories tall. So it is contextual to put a building like this in that setting, even around cultural resources. So I think in design review, we didn't go there because it felt appropriate to put this scale of building on this site, given its environment or its context.
And I guess I was under the impression that I didn't have that purview in design review, so that it would be my mistake. I feel that it still abuts the rears of the property significantly, and part of the context is that green space. The green wall does go a long way to achieve that, assuming it's maintained. But let's move on if other people had comments on that area.
I mean, Chair Bass, how do we want to do the individual, or do we want to make a comment?
I think the consensus was we wanted to talk about it holistically. So please, whoever wants to kick off. I appreciate what you two are discussing, but if we're going to discuss it holistically, if we could just go one by one and address it holistically, and then if there's anything remaining.
I'm happy to go. Stacy, Commissioner Jones?
Oh, no. I was just raising my hand to go after you. If that's okay. That's fine.
I mean,
please go.
I have a lot of notes. It's a complex project, and you know, I've reviewed it 2 times before. And for me, from a historic point of view, is like I was just discussing with Commissioner Hoopengardner, and which was so well illustrated when our applicant showed us the map of Old Sherman. It's like the context has been lost. You know, Old Sherman does not exist. If this had been a neighborhood that had an HPOZ and the neighborhood was still intact, I could understand some of the comments that have been made. But given that we've already lost the Old Sherman context, and we already have 4 and 5 story buildings neighboring this property, I don't have issue with the massing as presented, and I don't think it compromises the cultural resource. When I was on site several times, you know, for me, the value, and Stephen Treffers and Robert Chattel, you know, mentioned this. It's like the value for me was the value for me in experiencing the cultural resource was really about walking up and down the sidewalk. What was happening behind the buildings you could barely see, and it was really about the proximity of the old buildings to the sidewalk. That's how I as a community member can experience the buildings. And what I see in front of us is a clarification of that edge and an accentuation of the clarity of the cultural resource and its relationship to the sidewalk. You know, we had made mention, or I had made mention actually, about, you know, once having the proposal to design review had a picket fence going all the way along the property. And I asked, and, you know, the applicant applied it, is I just keep the picket fence adjacent to the historic resources, the 2 bungalows, so that you really understand what is historic and what is new. The new fence is more visually porous. It almost disappears. It becomes like a landscape element. It accentuates your experience as you go north or south on Palm Avenue. And in that regards, I feel like, you know, this project does, for the public, what it needs to do to accentuate and highlight the history of our city. And also, the letter that we received from Barbara Meltzer, really sort of, her connection of bringing a facility like this to this property, connecting the past with the future, is meaningful to me. I think it's a stitch in the fabric that I think is missing, and in this context makes sense. I also really appreciate, so I'm going to look at my notes because there was a lot here. One of the things I mentioned during design review too was, the addition, or I suggested the addition of a green screen on the building just to further, create separation from the new building to the cultural resources, and in effect, recreating the experience of the site from across Palm Avenue, or when you're walking across the street, as you go down south, you barely see into the bungalows, and you certainly can't see much the back of the site. With this green screen, the building will sort of effectively disappear, as much as possible, and create that separation between the new building and the historic cultural resource. And I think that's a commendable move, and something that I think is valuable. In regards to appropriateness to the neighborhood, because I broke my notes down into categories, for me, having a facility like this in a residential neighborhood is appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate on Santa Monica Boulevard or, Crescent Heights. And, for me, first, staff and the EIR, CEQA confirmed that, the amount of daily trips would be less for this type of facility versus the type of building that could possibly be built here as an apartment building if we didn't approve this project. I think the impact of that to Palm Avenue would be greater. This project is sensitively designed, and it's sensitively placed around these cultural resources and in this residential setting. For me, there was a letter that said, what if people got out of the facility? And to me, when I read that letter, it's like, it would be like when I walk out of my building and I see somebody in need, I would help that person. If I was outside that facility and I saw somebody out that shouldn't be out, I would help them get back into the facility in whatever way I can. I see it as I see this project as an opportunity for the neighborhood to embrace what's there and help facilitate a care facility, and see it as an asset, not as something that is going to bring negative effects to the neighborhood. There was also a comment about Laurel House, and it was, I understood where they were coming from, but it's not a fair comparison because Laurel House was donated to the city. This is a private property. If it doesn't get developed as this care facility, it will be developed as something else. And it seems like, to me, I would rather we choose or move towards something that really brings something to the neighborhood and brings something to the community as a whole. Yeah, that kind of covers all the points that I'd mentioned. I haven't made a decision. The public comments were very impactful, and I understand the concerns, but I also see the real benefits of having a facility like this. I don't like calling it a facility, but the type of residential project in a residential area in our city. Yes, perhaps there are areas that could accept this building or accept this building type, but when we really look at our community, every residential area backs onto a commercial area. So the possibilities of all the issues that can exist in this site probably would exist in any other site in the city. Traffic is an issue on Palm Avenue, but that is an issue that we all experience throughout West Hollywood since, you know, navigation apps have been, they've affected every street. So traffic has increased. We're a through city. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. I'm really interested to hear what the other commissioners say, and we'll circle back at the end.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I first just want to thank the public for coming out. Again, I know that the Zoom kind of layer adds an extra degree of effort and maybe tedium for a lot of people, so I do appreciate it. I'm sure you probably saw my head down for a lot of this hearing. It's because I have like 8 pages of notes right now about everything that people have been saying, write down names. I take a little chit sheet of like, you know, how many people have opposed the project or supported the project. I think I'm going to repeat everything that Commissioner Cavallaro said because I'm actually very much aligned with a lot of his comments. I reviewed the staff report and kind of all of the concomitant materials at length before we heard this the first time, and then did a kind of another round before our meeting tonight. And there were a few things that I really wanted to kind of parse out based on the information contained in the staff report and some of the information that we received in the correspondence, whether that was in the packet or through email leading up to the meeting today. There were things I think I was specifically interested in learning more about. One was memory care standards, the kinds of people who would be living in this building, the Secretary of the Interior standards and what that looked like, kind of the HPC meeting and the original intent of council when they designated these buildings. Again, this is probably going to seem overly simplistic, so I certainly don't want anyone to think that I didn't give it its due consideration, but I'm generally very much inclined to support this project. I feel that the questions that have been asked of the applicant, the responses and, you know, third-party objectivity and expertise of the consultants that were hired both by the city and by the applicant have kind of answered all of my questions in full. The gentleman who is kind of from Cadence has answered a lot of questions to my satisfaction, certainly. And I think it's overall a very thoughtfully designed project. And while this really can't be a part of my consideration as a planning commissioner, this is really something that's more in the purview of council in terms of senior care. It is something that is a goal for the city. And we talk about it all the time. And not a lot of things happen. There is an aging population here. And I think much in the way that we would consider a school, we're not allowed to say like we have to designate, you know, or reserve so many spaces for children of families in West Hollywood, just like we wouldn't, you know, elders of families in West Hollywood, but we still want to give people options. And I think it really does reflect the kind of inclusivity and thoughtfulness and design that we want in our neighborhoods. Something is going to be built on this site. Well, I mean, if it's not this project, it's going to be something else. And this is a project that, again, fulfills the need. It's likely smaller than something else that would be built here. And those are really my comments. I mean, again, I'm not going to say I'm like super open to being swayed. I feel pretty good about moving forward staff's recommendation. But I am interested to hear the comments of my fellow commissioners. But thank you very much to all parties involved. I know it's kind of been a long one, but your feedback is critical to, you know, us being able to make decisions that both kind of follow the letter of the law and take into consideration the community's needs. So thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Altschul.
Thank you. I agree that this is an excellent use. Ed Levin pointed out how he cared for his wife for many, many years in a situation that could have used one of these facilities. I too was the designated care provider or overseer for Jean Dobrin for many years. And we finally ended up putting her in a facility akin to this. And it had its good points and its bad points. But ultimately it was the only answer. And it was not totally satisfactory, but I suspect that has nothing to do with the operator's fault. It's difficult for me because they're trying to convert what used to be variances with respect to things like the setbacks to something called, begins with an E, but I just forgot what it was. You add up these things, you get all kinds of things like doing away with all the setbacks. I think doing away with all the setbacks, as one of the callers pointed out, should be a request for a variance.
It's
I think if had there been a request for a variance, I would have been inclined to go along with maybe one, but not doing away with all of the setbacks. I think the neighboring properties have a right to a certain expectation from setbacks. They're meant to give a distinction between properties on the street, not crowding everybody in. So I don't think all of these setbacks should be decimated by something other than a request for a variance, and they be considered one at a time rather than getting rid of all of them. So therefore, I'm not inclined to vote for the project because I just think all these projects, every project is just discretionary. And even though I think the use is certainly well thought out and well called for and well needed, I don't think this particular design, with all these enhancements, as they call them, or whatever it is, that they're trying to stack up to get rid of all of the setbacks, should be part of the equation.
Mr. Buckner, I saw your hand next.
Oh, also,
I'm sorry.
I would recommend, one more thing, I would recommend that everybody read Kathy Blavis's memo, which I believe was an email, where I think she summarized all of the issues that I agree with, and it's part of the packet.
Commissioner Buckner.
Yeah, well, this one has been really a difficult balancing the benefits and the detriments kind of for me. Definitely see a need for this. I think it is consistent with some of the goals in the general plan to have a facility like this developed in our city. I go back and forth as to whether or not it's appropriate for this particular location for a lot of the reasons that I've already addressed in our question period and throughout the discussion of this project. I am, many of my concerns were answered and addressed by the expert Stephen Trefflers and Robert Chattel. I think they sort of calmed my nerves about this. My gut reaction was this just doesn't belong in the neighborhood, but then I'm listening again to the benefits of having something like this in a residential area. I too cared for a person who was declining abilities over the last years. As you all know, my sister just passed this several months ago, actually. And so I'm very aware of the needs as a person progresses and has less and less ability to care for themselves, and the needs that they need to have so that they can live as full a life as possible with certain benefits that come in living in a facility where they can provide certain care and make it a safe environment. I do think that there was great thought by Mr. Levin in terms of how the design and being able to use the outdoor space in some ways. Many of the residents will not be able to take part in that, but many will. And so I think that having that opportunity is good. I wish there was more green space around for them to enjoy. It seems a little bit more concrete and institutional. And I think that's because they're trying to get the most on a small space. It's a very lucrative business plan. I think that the applicant and the operator of the business have a gold mine there. I think that it's more of a business than it is a benefit. It's more of a benefit to the operator and the owner of the property than it really is to the people that live here in our community, because I don't know how many of them are going to actually be able to partake in the benefits that might be available to people who reside in that space. I'm concerned about the traffic, very concerned. But I did hear about the number that they're going to be making efforts to have people come at different times there, so that there is some, it's not going to be all at once throughout the day in terms of the people that come to provide services there, people that provide supplies, and I hope that they're going to be able to provide a safe area for emergency vehicles, because in this kind of an operation, the emergency vehicles will be making many trips there, maybe more than one a day, or maybe it'll be less, but they will be needing to access in an emergency and get there quickly and safely, and to get the patient out of those areas to another facility that might be more appropriate for handling an emergency. I'm concerned about those things. So I'm going back and forth. Does it belong here? Does it not? Is it adequately thought out so that the problems won't impact the neighborhood in an adverse way? I'm still debating in my head as how I'm going to vote. I can see both benefits going both ways. That's where I'm at. Still thinking.
Thank you. You have 45 minutes left in the day to
I don't know if it's enough time for me on this one. I'm telling you, really conflicted. I'm very conflicted for lots of reasons. My gut says no, but the analyzing the elements that we've talked about and all the requirements, it seems to fit. So that's where I'm at. I want to hear some from the rest of people.
Commissioner Hoopengarter, you're up next. Thank you.
My turn? Okay. Well, welcome to Confliction Central. First of all, I do want to thank the applicant for actively listening to the community, to design review, to staff, to actively working to try and make this project as best as possible within, I guess, the confines of the mass that they are working with. I agree that having facilities such as this in a residential area is optimal. Is this the right residential area? Yeah, I really don't think so. I'm very concerned about the ambulances, and let's not kid ourselves, there will be ambulances. There will be medical delivery vehicles. That's before we get into the visitors and the traffic. I think from an operational standpoint, yes, there there is going to be less impact, I do believe, than from maybe a traditional multifamily, especially as much multifamily as could possibly be crammed into this space. And, I guess being cognizant of what might happen if we do deny this, I don't know that that's the appropriate reason to make a decision. I think we need to decide on this project, and come what may, I guess, based on that decision. There's design elements of this that I still have a lot of problems with, and some of them I'm told are, there's just no choices, but we didn't discuss, and I didn't bring it up, but the transformer is a huge transformer, and it's been placed right in front of one of the historical properties. And it's been kind of very much glossed over in terms of the plans, but in the upper right corner, on the far north corner of the northernmost bungalow, is been placed this huge electrical transformer on a pad, a concrete pad, which you cannot plant around. And so maybe the picket fence is going to hide it, but there's going to be no greenery there. There's a number of things that are happening in this that I think are contrary to the goals of the historical preservation. And that's before we get to the looming and the subordinating and all of that. This is a specific use project. A building like this is going to be around for the next 40 or 50 years. We as a planning commission are being asked to, say that that's going to be part of our community for the next 40 or 50 years. And that requires an operator, that requires someone who can manage it. And it's a lot different than an apartment building. That said, I'm sure there's an operator who might want to come in and take over. My hope is that our conditional use permits would make sure that that would be consistently cared for. It wouldn't be me if I didn't talk about green. And so I'm going to speak briefly to the green space outdoors. I think the concept is lovely. I think that there's some real flaws in the design, in the sense that, a lot of these spaces are very underlit, especially on the north side. So I think that the actual ability to grow successfully in some of these spaces is going to be very difficult. The plans do not reflect anything other than 2 ornamental trees in that space on Betty Way. I think that what is presented and how that's going to look is not in any way reflective on the types of trees in the plans. But that could be maybe adjusted. But most importantly, we're being asked to make findings. In my reading of the resolution and the findings that are there are more than a couple that I can't make, and that saddens me. I would like to make this a successful project, but to Commissioner Altschul's point, about the variances, et cetera, I have not got a clear enough direction from staff, and based upon my reading, I can't make those findings. I can't make the findings on the massing. And importantly, HPC is there for a reason, and we are to look to them for guidance. And their guidance said no. And earlier today, we were told to listen to the experts. And okay, HPC is not an expert, but they're more expert than we are. And HPC said no to the certificate of appropriateness twice, effectively.
Can I just make a comment? A 3-3 vote is not a no.
But
it's a non-resolution, but it's not a no. And I want to be clear about that, because that was also part of my consideration. And I just want to state that for the record. Maybe the city attorney wants to weigh in, but a 3-3 vote is not a no vote. It means they didn't issue a recommendation.
Well, in previous votes that we've had, the 3-3 note legal has told was a denial. So
it depends on who makes the motion.
it's not an action because you need 4 on a 7-person body to take an affirmative action. So it can't be approved or denied with a tie vote. That's the answer about a tie vote. You need a majority to take an affirmative action.
So in short, twice HPC did not vote to approve the COA, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, I'm with Sue on this. I really want this to be successful, but I find that I can't make the findings. And to Commissioner Bass and his attention to the ticks and the ties, I just, that's where I stand right now.
I'll stay here all night if we need to, but
I won't.
I'm noticing we're all tired. Commissioner Cavallero, before I...
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner Hoopengartner, you mentioned that we can't plant around the transformer, but I'm looking at the site plan and there is no foundation around there. You can't plant directly on the planter, I mean on the concrete pad, but you can plant around it. So we will be able to camouflage that and make that part of the, you know, a pleasurable part of the experience along the sidewalk. And then you mentioned the
sidewalk, doesn't it?
Pardon?
My view of the plans, the pad goes right to the sidewalk.
No, it doesn't. I mean, there's distance from, if you go to page A1.01, there's distance between the pad and what looks like the fence. The continuation of the picket fence at that side, at that end, looks like there could be about 3 feet of land between the pad and the fence, which is still inboard. Looks like it's inboard of the property line too. So we can plant. And you know, you made mention of the looming of the building over the historic bungalows. It's like the looming's already there. The looming exists from the context already. So
not from the rear is my point, not the side, the rear.
I mean, okay. But you still think that even with all the landscaping that's being kept and the green screen added to the building, it doesn't create an appropriate setting for the cultural resources?
What landscaping's being kept?
The ficus tree, which basically camouflages most of what's back there.
And yes, today. But I've said this on more than one occasion that I like to look at plans without the plants because that is potentially what could be. And it's very, very probable that that tree will not survive this adventure, okay? They're taking 25% of the root mass out of that tree. That is significant.
So you don't trust the arborist's report?
I'd like to believe it, but that's an arborist who exposed those roots in the middle of what had to have been July or August at the hottest time of year. And I honestly, that is problematic for me. And the way that it was done didn't seem to me the way it should have been done and how that tree should have been cared for.
Okay.
That's just my personal opinion.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just want to have a conversation about it. The other thing too with the setback. Sorry, go ahead.
And the city is losing ficus left and center to city canker. And when you stress a tree this much, it becomes that much more susceptible to these diseases, et cetera. Now, one would hope, given the importance of that tree, that during this many-year construction process, that is cared for, maintained, watered, et cetera. But I have to look at the plans as if that tree doesn't survive.
Well, I mean, it's a good point because you remind me, like whenever I go through HPOZ reviews in Hancock Park, they never allow me to consider landscape. It always like remove all the landscape and that's what you see. So if we removed all the landscape on this site, going back to the looming, I mean, the original context of Sherman has been completely lost and the looming exists. You know, so would the addition of this building really change anything? In that if you took all the landscape away?
Well, if you don't build, you don't lose it.
But you've already lost it.
No, the trees in the back are all there now. They're going to be, but they will be gone.
No, I'm talking about removing the landscape. You only have architecture. Sherman is gone. You know, the original fabric is gone. So the building is contextual because what would be left would be similar style build or similar scale buildings. So, you know, I understand the beauty of landscape as being a shield, but if we take the very argument that you're using and remove all the landscape and we put the building in place, it is contextual because the context has already been changed.
And, you know, I've looked at it from all the sides. I mean, the green walls, you and I both love the green walls. I think it's a great idea, but if it's not maintained, it looks like, and I will use a technical term, doo-doo.
Of course, but, I mean, we could say that about anything, you know, it's like, I understand your point of view and I appreciate that, but that could go for any project that comes, you know, to us and was like, well, if you don't take care of that, it's going to fall apart. If we don't take, if you know, if a building that goes unmaintained for a year looks like crap, you know, very quickly. So we, you know, we trust that this facility will be maintained and that green wall will be, those plants will be watered so that that effect can will manifest.
Mm-hmm.
You also made a comment about the setback, and I know Commissioner Alter has brought this up too. Is like they abide by all the setbacks except on 935. You know, so it's not like they picked and choose which setbacks they want to abide by or don't abide by. It's only at 935, the far.
I got the impression that they wanted to abrogate the side setbacks and the front setbacks.
Jennifer is.
Yeah, Tony and Jennifer, can you address that, please?
Yeah,
I'll let Tony address that.
Thank you.
Yes, if I may, Chair and Commissioners. The only setback that's being deviated for this project is the front setback. The side setback, the side setbacks are actually even larger or wider than what's required.
So when you look at the building that's adjacent, I mean, on the site plan, it looks like it's marginally forward of the building that's right next door. And when you project that line to the building to the north, again, it's how much does it deviate? I remember reading it in the report, but I'm not recalling right now.
You're referring to the front setback or the side setbacks?
Sorry, the front.
The front setback, give me one moment, I'll take a look at that. Don't have that number in front of me.
Well, if it's only one setback.
It's two.
The front and not the side.
It's only the front setback that's being deviated.
The side setback, both side setbacks are to code.
Yes, they're to code. They exceed.
The rear setback is to code.
It is to code.
But there's an additional request to waive the 6-foot setback above the ground floor.
In the front.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're counting all of the bits that we're being asked to find.
So that's 2 setbacks.
2 setbacks, both on the front.
But
correct.
They're different setbacks.
Right.
It's squeezing every square inch.
It's two different requirements that are being asked for whatever.
If I could just
a waiver, an incentive,
And I also asked about a neighborhood meeting. Well, of course, you can't hold neighborhood meetings in this day and age, but you can hold one virtually. And in fact, I was invited to see their virtual presentation. And if I could be invited to see it, why couldn't the neighbors?
Was there a neighborhood meeting on this?
No.
There was a neighborhood meeting when the application was submitted early on as required by code.
But not on the final.
Not on the revised version, no. There was the design review and HPC.
Is it standard for neighborhood meetings to happen after there's a revision to a project?
Well, when it's contested like this and there's so many neighbors that are outspoken, it would certainly be helpful. You could
I just
resolve.
feel like there's a lot of alternative facts floating around in this conversation, and I'm really trying to parse out here what's feeling and opinion and what's an actual fact.
Yeah, Jennifer, can you help?
Sure. I was just going to speak to the neighborhood meeting issue. So the neighborhood meeting is to get an initial read on the project for the neighbors in the surrounding area before it gets to any hearing, before it goes down the road of being in a public setting. In this case, that happened early on, and then we had public meetings and the project was continued and redesigned, and we lost a couple of years. The important thing to keep in mind is there were several opportunities for the public to come out and speak on this item and view this item in public, to provide feedback at Design Review Subcommittee, at the HPC meeting. As you saw, the community has been involved. So, you know, a neighborhood meeting would be sort of another setting, yes, but it wouldn't certainly be the only chance that people had to reach out to us to understand what the project is or provide any feedback.
Well,
and then one more thing, on the rehabilitation incentives, I just wanted to point out that those are specifically for a project like this. They are an incentive. They are an acknowledgement that there are development constraints that are not normal on a property. And so it's allowing some additional square footage. Yes, they're pushing out in the front because they're not pushing out on the other side, right? They have two bungalows there that aren't moving. So that's specifically what that's for. It's to give them a little bit more in one place because they're losing in another place.
Commissioner Jones, and then I'd really like to make my comments.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Chair Bass. I appreciate it. And again, I know that this is going on, but I do want to do due diligence here. Just to clarify, I believe that Mr. Levin stated during his presentation that this building actually could have been higher and thus bigger with more units. Is that accurate? This isn't the maximum size this building could be. This project could be, correct?
That's correct. The northern portion of the building could have been approximately 10 feet taller.
That's what I thought. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I don't mean to get to cut anyone off, but I would like to join the conversation before we go down a bunch of other routes as well. So I want to address, because when it comes to public involvement, of the 4 years I've been on this commission, this is one of those projects that's received the most amount. So I don't feel that the public didn't have an opportunity to engage, and an additional neighborhood meeting would have been helpful, because clearly the public's been incredibly involved here. And I'm very grateful, because I delved into this at a level that I haven't in many other situations. So I want to thank everybody. I see we still have 32 participants on this call. So either they fell asleep on us or people are really interested in what's going on. And either case, I'm glad they're here with us, and I'm glad so many people engaged in all of the letters we received. Sincerely. One of the comments we heard a lot about was that 923 should be considered. I just want people to know why I'm not considering that, and that is that one, it's not within the purview of the Planning Commission to determine if it's historic, and two, the City Council on 3 different occasions in 1991, 1999, and 2013, in all 3 situations decided that it was not historic. So I hear people asking for us to make that consideration, and I want to just kind of explain why, at least for me, we can't in this particular application. But I want people to know I heard that request. I also want to voice just, I have great respect for anyone who would serve our community and our Historic Preservation Commission as much as anybody else. But it's really disappointing in that we do rely, as we've said many times, I think I've heard it in one variety from everybody here, we rely on that recommendation. And so even though they had a 3-3 vote on this, that gives us no direction one way or another. I've heard people on both sides say, well, 3 people means it was denied. 3 people say, well, half the commission supported it. And both of those are probably true statements, but I wish they could have worked and we will tonight, to a majority vote, so that even if they conditioned the heck out of it, at least it pointed us in a direction on this. And that would have been helpful. And I just want to voice that I think that's frustrated this process, and that we would have been better served with their recommendation. Because I had questions about 931 and removing the back portion. You heard me ask that question. At the end of the day, I don't have that expertise, and I don't believe it's our place to really make that determination, except that all of the independent professionals in this department have suggested that that is an appropriate use and that this meets the Secretary of Interior standards. And I have thrown a bunch of stuff at the wall on that to determine, you know, if there's some wiggle room, and they've been very consistent, and I've read their reports on multiple times, and I believe that it meets that criteria. You know, because we've been asked to make the certificate of appropriateness without a recommendation. I went back and watched the city council meeting where these were declared historic this afternoon. And at the time, Councilmember D'Amico specifically said that this, and I'm going to quote here, "This is an extraordinary opportunity for this developer to use these houses to anchor a new development in that neighborhood, to think about the very sorts of things we've been having discussions about. Small living spaces where singles or couples can come to the city." And he went on, "We could get smaller, sensible sized units that would fit this site." And I think that's what's happened here. So what was actually discussed when they declared these as historic, I think is what's before us. I don't think it's the exact use that they thought of, but the smaller living spaces is what I'm seeing. So with all of that, going on to the development permit, I'm not concerned about the setbacks. It's only along the front, and there are many ways besides the rehabilitation incentives that they could have asked for the second story to not be set back and asked for this variation in the setbacks, whether it's exceptional design or a variance or any of these things, but they chose the rehabilitation incentive. And I think that that's as legitimate as any one of the others. And it promotes rehabilitating these historic resources. So I am fine with those as well as the modification. And I also want to, you know, we talk a lot about aging in place. And, you know, just the other night when I was out walking my dogs, one of my neighbors came by and he mentioned to me that his father is in the late stages of Alzheimer's. The guy who lives down the block, who every time I walk my dogs in the morning, he comes running out and says, cute family, in his broken English with his heavy Russian accent. This man that's an integral part of my neighborhood here in West Hollywood is the sort of person that this, you know, he's living with his family, so he wouldn't need this facility, but is the exact sort of person in our community that needs this facility. So I think any of the arguments against this not being the appropriate place don't resonate with me. I believe having a place for our established community members with these sorts of issues, we need this sort of facility. And so I didn't hear those arguments as convincing in any way to me, because I believe this is exactly what we need. And so lastly, a lot of the comments are things that those of you who are part of this commission know I often hark on are the construction impacts. And so a lot of people said during this pandemic, we can't have this construction work. And I hear that. I have a lot of construction around me. People should know that the COVID emergency orders are still in place in the city, which limit the hours of construction while the emergency is in place. So any members of the community who are watching this meeting should know those protections extend to them during COVID. And after that, still the city has really rigorous rules about construction mitigation to lower the impact in the community. And please lean on code enforcement for that sort of protection of the neighborhood. I think it's important, and we've conditioned this to make those protections even more serious. And I would support Commissioner Hoopengarner's suggestion earlier about the parking permits. And even if gut instinct is that they wouldn't be allowed to have them because of the type of facility it is, I think we should use that language to reinforce that's the intention of the Planning Commission. So if staff doesn't have that language pulled yet, please do. So with all of that said, I think it's the right type of use. I think that it is a thoughtful way of preserving these units. I wouldn't take the back off of 931, but I'm not an expert about historic preservation. I'm going to lean on the experts on that. And so with all of that being said, unless I see somebody frantically rate, I see Commissioner Cavallaro. I was ready to make a motion, but go ahead, Commissioner Cavallaro.
Okay, I'll just a few more. I just want to complete a thought that I didn't complete before, and you triggered it by sort of talking about appropriateness. And I was quite moved by one of the public comments on our zone text amendment about what types of people we want and don't want in this community. And Commissioner Erickson's comments also resonated with me, because inclusivity is part of our DNA, and including people as they age, people who have created this community, people who have given to this community, and we don't want to lose that history. They can continue contributing to our community. I agree, this facility is in the right place. I actually, my grandfather, who, was paralyzed by a stroke, he loved being in the hub of it all. He didn't want to be out in the middle of nowhere. He liked it when I took him out and there were people around him and people saying hello. And that's the community that I want to live in. That's the community that I want to foster. That preschool facility that we approved on San Vicente, I would like to see more of these, creating a community where people can walk, like you had mentioned. This type of facility in this residential neighborhood, I could imagine placing my grandfather there and renting an apartment nearby and being able to see him daily, as opposed to him living in Palm Springs or somewhere else where I could only see them once a week. This is a benefit all around, and I think it's an asset. And again, it goes back to the DNA of our city. It's about inclusivity. And yeah, I'm ready to vote yes on this project.
So I was going to make a motion unless somebody else wants to speak up about something else.
I just want to say that the cost of a person to be able to live in this facility, I understand that we want our seniors to be able to be in place and stay in our community when they're aging and so forth. But to be able to be in this facility, if you don't have a long-term care insurance and you don't have the funds, you're not going to be able to afford to have so many of our elderly people will not, our seniors, if you want to look at it that way, it's a better language, will not be able to actually be able to live there. They won't.
Commissioner Buckner, I totally understand what you're saying. It's an expensive building to build, so they need to, charge appropriately. But I'll give you an example. My aunt, who had Alzheimer's, living in a rural town in the middle of nowhere, Canada, was paying $6,000 a month, and it wasn't for an extravagant facility. It was a very basic facility.
Very expensive. This
is just the general cost, and that's a whole other issue. It's like if our healthcare helped, then this is tipping into a conversation that really is not part of our purview. But what the number that I heard them say, is in context to the numbers that my family has experienced outside of this metropolis. So, I understand your concern, but, I think the benefits and our community will benefit from this facility.
Here's my challenge that, and I agree with you 100%, Rogerio, that having this kind of facility, heck, I'm a single person, maybe there's a room with my name on it someday. I absolutely agree with the need, okay? But when I read this, I'm being asked to vote on certain findings and, appropriateness and the certificate of appropriateness. And those are all things that we're being asked to vote on that are separate and apart from my gut instinct about, gee, do we need this facility? I think we are all 100% in agreement that having a facility is a great thing. But is it this building in this place and et cetera? Those are the questions I'm trying to ask myself regarding all of the findings we're being asked to vote to approve in this, assuming Mr. Bash makes the motion and but that's where I am on.
No one's waving their hands, so I'm moving the staff's recommendation with one change to the resolution, which would be the inclusion of a prohibition of residents of this building buying city parking permits. And if you
Tony should have the language.
Yeah.
Tony can read the language into the record for the resolution.
Yes, yes, thank you. That would be condition 11.8. Off-street parking shall be provided as shown on the approved plans for projects located within an identified parking permit parking district. No annual residential and guest parking permits will be granted to the occupants, whether leasees, renters, or owners of the project.
Or employees.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Add employees.
Leases, renters.
But it would have to be a resident, so employees wouldn't be able to apply for these permits anyway, correct?
That is correct.
Some zones employees can get daytime parking.
An employee would have to go for a C license, wouldn't they?
I don't know whether it's A, B, or C, but.
Well, no, C versus R as residential license versus a C.
We can add employees, and if it applies, it'll apply, and if it doesn't, it'll be extra.
That's correct.
The owner or the operator of he's the leasee. The operator's like a leasee. They're going to be leasing from the owner to operate his business there. It's just like a tenant.
The intention of my motion is that they not be able to get residential permits. The city has a different parking policy for businesses in certain districts being able to get residential parking, get permits for different things. I think they should be able to apply for the business portion of that. I don't believe the residents who don't have cars should be able to get residential permits. So the intention is just the residential side on my motion. If that kills my motion, then it kills my motion, but that's my intent.
Well, wait a minute, because if we already determined that they're quasi-residential, and if they're eligible for commercial permits based upon the size of the building and the size of the the business, how many commercial permits are they available to, and does that negate what your motion is?
My understanding is those permits are limited to specific places. They're not necessarily in that neighborhood. Like, I don't understand that process entirely, but I know that like they couldn't get them from my neighborhood. I know that, and I'm imagining it's even more difficult for the area around Palm Avenue. So I just don't want to create language that prevents them from getting a permit that, let's say, the bartenders at Mickey's could get.
Good.
But I think the boilerplate language you were reading works for me.
Yeah, it works for me too.
And that wasn't a complete standard condition. If you like, I can read the entire condition into the record.
Can you finish it? Thank you. We cut you.
Sure. Okay. No problem. Each individual unit within the project may be granted up to 50. Each individual unit within the project may be granted up to 50 one-day visitor parking passes annually. This condition of approval shall be reflected within all lease or rental agreements and/or CC&Rs for the project. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, proof of the inclusion of this condition of approval in the lease or rental agreements and/or CC&Rs are, as required, shall be provided to the director. And that's the standard condition.
So moved.
I'll second.
Seeing no one waving their hand now, I will ask David to call the roll, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner, Commissioner Buckner, you're on mute.
I guess I wanted to be on mute for that. I am going to vote in favor of moving this, approving this project. Because I believe that after really thinking it through, that it meets pretty much all the requirements by code and by all of the parameters. And, but my gut makes me uncomfortable, but I'm going to vote for it.
Okay, so that's an aye. Commissioner Elchel?
There's certain aspects of it I don't like, but the overall, the good outweighs the bad. I'm going to vote yes.
Commissioner Hoopengarner?
I'm in a difficult place. I really would like to vote for this, but I feel that I must pull an Adam Bass and find the findings, and I'm not there. So I'm going to have to vote no.
Commissioner Carvalero?
Yes.
Chair Bass?
Yes.
Motion carries, 5 ayes, 1 no, and Vice Chair Erickson is recused on this item. We have an appeal process. Let me read it, please. 1 moment. This
Thank you
resolution,
all.
the Planning Commission just approved, memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about the waiver of fees.
Thank you very much. Moving forward with our agenda, item 11, 12, and 13, we have nothing, so we will go to the planning manager's update.
Good evening or morning. For upcoming agendas on the council meeting on the December 7th, we've got the digital sign that you all recommended approval of at 8743 Sunset. So just letting you know that that's coming up on council. And for our next meeting on December 3rd, we've got a 14-unit condominium building at 1032 North Ogden. And we'll be looking at your calendar for 2021, so start thinking about that. We don't have another meeting in December. We're also canceled for the first meeting in January, so we wouldn't meet again after the 3rd until January 21st. That one's looking pretty heavy at the moment. So again, look at your calendars. And that is all I have for the moment. I will have more comments probably next time, but I do want to acknowledge Commissioner Altschul's news and add my voice that he will be sorely missed on this commission. So thank you.
Thank you. Item 15 is public comment. Do we have anyone still left on the call that would like to make public comment that?
Yes, we do. I have Victor Olmochenko who would like to make a comment. If there's anybody else on the call, just *9 on your phone to let me know. Victor, go ahead.
We can't hear you, Victor. Please unmute.
Good evening. Good evening again, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
We can now, yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner Altschul, for your service on this all-important commission. You taught me things, as did our dear friend Jean Dobrin. You told me to not wave my hands around so much when I appeared before the commission, and I think I've tamped that down, of course, not being in a Zoom-style Hollywood square box for you to see me, that helps. You know, I used to have a home on Elevado in the Norma Triangle, so I thank you, John, so much for reminding me tonight of the pumpkin patch and the Christmas tree lot that used to sprout up on Doheny, where there now is an extremely expensive condominium building called the Harland. And now I remember Gene Dobrin telling me that there had been an effort a long time ago to develop a senior living facility there, but that did not come to huh?
Good evening again, Commissioner. Can you hear me okay? Yes, go ahead. Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner.
Victor, are you done or?
No, excuse me, this has just bumped me off. I'll be right there, Adam.
We can hear you. Please continue.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I don't have that much more, and I know we all want to go home. You know, I used to have a home on Elevado in the Norma Triangle, and John mentioned the Alulian project on Doheny at Harland with its multi-million-dollar condo units, and that reminded me of the pumpkin patch and the Christmas tree lot that used to sprout up on that site years ago. And I remember Gene Dobrin telling me that there had been an effort a long time ago to develop a senior living facility there, but that did not actually come to fruition. All these memories, and John, I wish you the best. And as we look forward, and as I go down visually down Doheny to the vast empty Melrose Triangle lot at Santa Monica Boulevard, I remember Kate and Chrissy Gosney and the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance trying to preserve the streamlined modern Art Deco building that had once housed the Jones Dog and Cat Hospital. That wonderful 1938 structure is gone. And I remember that the community was promised market rate and affordable housing there when the new development was approved. But something's going on there, and I've heard that the market rate units are not going to be built at all. Instead, the development is being changed to an office complex. So I wonder, so much for meeting these regional housing needs that were always being assessed. I really dislike bait and switch, and I trust that all of you on our commission also will always be on the lookout for bait and switch artists. Thank you all so much for your service.
Thank you, Victor. Chair, we have one more for public comment. The phone number ending in 4509. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes just to comment.
Hello, here I am. We're all here so late at night, and I know that you all care. And so I appeal to you one last time to please look at the numerous problems with the historical properties and also with the people and their philosophies that we are choosing to run this new facility. Again, we do need the facility. We all know we need the facility. But this is not the right location. Just a heads up, we're going to appeal. Just a heads up, we're going to court. But it's such a drag, it's such a hassle, it's so expensive. Could you please take a look at this and help us, please? These properties are important, and so is making this project. It belongs around the street where Madison Car Wash was knocked down, or on Santa Monica Boulevard near Crescent Heights. We have space for this. They have the money for this. They can still make a killing. They can make like $100 million in 20 years. Just on the size that they've got on Palm. They go 4 times bigger. If they go on Santa Monica Boulevard, you can times that by 4. Let's make these properties a park. Let's preserve our very first homes in this area. Let's make the backyards beautiful. Let's use it for education. And let's put a big, beautiful senior facility on Santa Monica Boulevard where EMTs can easily get because the traffic isn't blocking, and everybody wins. I'm Dee Roberts. I'll be contacting you. I thank you. Please help me do this. That's what would really work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is anybody there?
Chair,
Oh,
we do have one more. Yes?
Okay, great.
We do have one more, Chair, for the phone number ending in 0733. Go ahead, state your name. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thanks. Hi, Commissioners. This is Adam Kroll, resident and homeowner in West Hollywood. Just wanted to really quick thank you for most of your votes in favor of this project. Ms. Hoopengardner, I'm upset to see you voted against this project. I understand that you felt you were in a difficult place on it, and that may be because you deep down might know the real good decision on this would have been to support it. And for the previous commenter, I think the right place for housing in West Hollywood is everywhere in West Hollywood. And I'm very glad the commission did not ultimately listen to the folks who want this project, but would just prefer it somewhere else, which I know you've all heard time and time again. So thank you so much for your time on this commission and for supporting this project.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Chair, that looks like that was our last speaker.
Thank you so much for sticking around with us through this all. Next item on our agenda are commissioner comments and subcommittee management. Commissioner Buckner.
I have a comment. I'm a senior, and when we're under COVID, we're having these Zoom conferences and we're not getting our packets delivered. And I've been asked by the CDC and by the city not to make unnecessary trips except for essential business. And this may be essential business for the city, but I'm risking my health to go and pick up the packets. Then we're getting these letters and comments from the city, from all of our constituents coming in like just an hour or two before our meeting. And I haven't had a chance to review them or consider them because I don't have a split screen on my, able to do split screen. So I can't see them because I'm using my computer for my Zoom call and I can't read it on my phone. It's too small. So I'm hoping that there's some way that we can get the staff to make some deliveries of these packets, at least on my behalf, because I'm not supposed to be making these trips out. So that's
Thank you, Commissioner Buckner. Before we go on to anyone else, I would be happy to deliver your packet if staff can't. If you would like me, I'm happy to drop it off at your front door and text you when it's there or something in the future.
Just as long as we're being, thank you very much for that offer. Just for as long as we're being required to stay in and stay at home, especially if we're seniors, I think that I would really appreciate that if that's not an inconvenience on your behalf. But how we're going to
give you a call and we'll figure that out. And I'll just leave it on your doorstep or something.
And is there any way to limit the additional correspondence coming in after a certain time so that we can still get an opportunity to review the letters?
We try to set a deadline for correspondence to come in. We can't control when people send it in. We try to get it to you as soon as possible. And as you see, there's, David Gillig is sending them out constantly with a project like this. But unfortunately, we want to make sure you have them, but we can't control when they come in. So we'll send them to you as soon as we can.
Thank you very much. I do.
And we will
read everything. So, it's sort of hard.
We'll also look into whether we can, Adam, I appreciate the outreach. We'll reach out and see if we can figure out a way to get them delivered. Also the packets, probably not the additional correspondence, but the packets.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Cavallaro.
Yeah, I just want to say, I felt really good after voting for President Biden. I remember that day, kind of felt so comfortable and like I made the right choice, and I'm feeling a similar feeling tonight. I'm really happy that that project went through on Palm Avenue. I do believe that we are a city of inclusivity. I do want to live in that city. I want to help create that city. So I'm feeling good.
Commissioner Hoopengardner.
I wasn't going to make any comments, but I have two now. Thought, I don't know if the city has spare iPads that I know you give, that the council members have iPads so they can view things, et cetera. Perhaps Commissioner Buckner could have one of those made available to her so that she could have effectively a split screen. Just a thought. And number two, I just want to thank my colleagues for an incredibly robust, thorough, heartfelt conversation. That's all.
Commissioner Jones?
Sorry, I should have called this out first. I don't know if everybody got this mailing, but there is a virtual community meeting about proposed text amendments regarding density bonus laws. It is next Tuesday from 4 to 5 p.m. Staff has information. I believe this is Rachel's item, but I just wanted to call this out. David, I believe that there will be information about this on the website, but I did want to call this out. This is for a proposed ZTA coming up. So I just wanted to flag that for everybody. That's it.
I thank you very much. And I want to echo what Commissioner Hoopengarner said and state that I mentioned to staff earlier today that I was convinced, regardless of the decision we made, that this project tonight is going to be appealed. And we heard that in public comment that that's going to happen, although it was a pretty safe bet going into it. But I mentioned to staff that my goal was that the quality of work that we produced tonight be impeccable. And I believe Commissioner Hoopengarner said similar to what I'm saying right now is that we did have a thorough conversation where the public was thoroughly heard and we really deliberated those issues. And so particularly to the staff who really have no control how long the rest of us talk and wish I would shut up right now. I appreciate you being here and being patient with us and letting us get through this work, and the public that stuck around with us. But to put my colleagues, I think we did good work tonight. Regardless of how we voted, I think that we heard each other and that's what our job is. So thank you very much. And I want to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving and see you all in December. I think that's it. Adjourning the meeting. So hours, have a good night. We'll convene.
Thank you.
December.
Sorry, subcommittee, do we have design review? Oh, never mind.
I can answer. It looks like on the 10th, we have the church at Fairfax and Fountain on December 10th and 1238 Formosa.
Okay.
Coming up.
December 10th. That's it for the rest of the year.
That's it for the year.
Very good. Thank you. That's all.
Then now the meeting is officially adjourned till December. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, everyone. Great meeting.